Hey, Melissa.
Oh, hi, Ross. How are you?
Not too bad. Yourself?
Good. I'm very well, thank you. So you called. I just got the notification for the septic. The message that you left. So, sounds like it's a go-ahead for the property.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just trying to do this online thing with mute. They're trying to verify me. Sorry, Melissa.
No worries. No worries. Take your time. Take your time.
Through the chair, are we beginning? Are we starting? Okay.
Okay, I guess first order of business is the minutes ratification. Everyone had a chance to read last meeting's minutes. Is there a mover and a seconder? Mel moved it, seconded by Donna. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Of course not. Carried. Yep.
Oh, did we need to, through the chair, did you need to just do a roll call and any declarations of any kind of conflicts of interest?
Okay, we'll do roll call. Sebastian? Robert? Here. Donna? Here. Mel? Here. And myself, Dale. Are there any members of the committee that have a conflict of interest with any applications today? Seeing none. The first one is for 12:15.
Through the chair, that's correct. We can wait till then. And just to note that member Nick Lowers is absent from the hearing today. Okay, the first application is a consent application. B25044, 56 to 62 Delawana Drive, Hamilton. Agent is the Biglieri Group, R. LaRoque, and the owner is DeCenzo Management Incorporated, A. DeCenzo. There is also an associated minor variance application, A25139, for the same address and for the same agent and owner. I believe, typically our practice is that the committee would hear both of them together. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay. Seeing none, I'll ask the agent or owner to please step forward.
Good afternoon, members of committee. My name is Rochelle LaRoque. I am a registered professional planner with the Biglieri Group, and with me is Anthony DeCenzo, president of DeCenzo Homes. I also believe that I had circulated a presentation.
Just give me a moment, please.
Not a problem.
Give me a moment, I'm trying to... Apologies, I can't find the share screen option here. Let me see if I can, just give me a moment. Let me just leave the meeting and come back.
Well, one good thing with your application, the Planning and Development Committee are in favor of it.
Oh, I think it's working now. Just give me a moment. Yep.
Perfect,
Go ahead.
thank you. So as was identified, we are here for an application for consent and minor variances for 56 to 62 Delawana Drive. If I could have the next slide, please. So the property is located on the south side of Delawana Drive. It is east of Centennial Drive and west of Granville Avenue. As you can see, this is what the building, the dwelling on the property looks like. It was constructed in about the mid-1970s with the plan of subdivision within which it is in, which was registered in the late 1960s. Next slide, please. So what we are requesting today is to simply split the property in half. It's currently developed with a quadplex, which is 4 units, each with its own individual entrance, all of which are 2 stories with a basement. So we're looking to sever it in half so that each lot will now have a duplex dwelling on it. And simply just to create these 2 new lots. We have reviewed the conditions of the consent application, which has been prepared by staff. We don't have any questions regarding these conditions, but we do have a request for removal of the condition for this for this application. It's a condition with respect to the noise study being required. This is because although we recognize that the city has policies in place regarding a noise study being required, these are existing dwellings which were constructed in the 1970s. We're not looking to change any of the building. We're not looking to put any new sensitive uses on the property. So we believe that the requirement for a noise study to be completed for an existing structure is not necessary, given that this is existing development. So next slide. So as part of this application, because we're now severing this lot in half, minor variances are required to recognize this duplex use because there aren't provisions in the current bylaw which recognize this type of dwelling. So we obviously need variances to recognize that shared party wall so that it's a 0-meter side yard setback, and then reductions to the front yard, to the lot frontage, as well as the lot area. There's still plenty of amenity space at the rear of the property, and there's still appropriate area in the driveway for parking of cars for both of the units. So we don't feel that these variances are major. We feel that they meet the 4 tests of minor variance, and they are appropriate for this use. I will note that there is a shed in the backyard of Part 1 that currently doesn't meet the required side yard setbacks, but as part of this application, that shed will be moved to meet those requirements. Next slide, please. So in addition to the request for the removal of condition 4, through the review of the staff report, it was identified that there was a question regarding the amount of front yard landscape space that we have. So I've highlighted in green just on the one side, on the Part 1 unit. This area is currently grassed and is the landscape space in the front yard. However, based on the city's calculation, we would be required to have 42.7 square meters of landscape space in the front yard. Based on this new lot alignment, we would have 41.3 square meters of landscape open space. The result is a reduction in about 1.4 square meters, or about a 5% reduction in the overall landscape area. So what we are requesting today is that the Committee of Adjustment approve an additional variance for the front yard landscape requirement to permit a 45% landscaped front yard area, whereas 50% is required, and this be approved without any further notice being required. And just to reiterate again, these applications aren't creating any new development. The variance that have been applied for, as well as this additional variance, is simply to reflect what is currently on the site. And that's my presentation. So if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Okay, does the committee have any questions?
I just want to make sure that I get this right, is that on A25, 139, you want to add number 4 variance as permit 45% landscape, whereas 50% is requested.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, good, thanks.
Anyone else? Okay,
I make a motion to approve the applications and add number 4 variance, permit 45% landscape, whereas 50% is required on the application number A25 139.
and what about the noise?
Oh, yes, and omit the number 4 on the B. Yeah.
Sure.
On the B 25044.
Okay, is there a seconder for that? Robert? All in
Sorry.
favor?
Okay.
Opposed? All in
Through the chair, are we requesting an additional variance be added? Okay. Okay, I'm just, I don't know if staff need to comment on that because there are notification requirements that relate to variance applications. So I don't know, I don't know if staff might have or planning staff might have a comment on that.
Good afternoon, Spencer Skidmore, Area Planning Manager. Through you, Mr. Chair. In the past, the committee, I believe, can add variances on the floor, but they would just have to make a motion that, in their opinion, that no further notice is required under the Planning Act. So I know that's happened in the past, and that's been a route that they've taken.
Okay. So,
Okay, through the chair, okay, I just wanted to clarify on that. Okay, thank you. And that's correct, okay. So the committee has moved, and sorry, who seconded it? Sorry. Oh, Robert, okay. All right, to approve the consent application, was it to remove that condition as well? The noise study? Or?
yeah,
Oh, the condition, sorry, I thought you're, okay. Remove condition number 4.
And then on the variance application, add variance number 4, permit 45% landscape, whereas 50% landscape is required.
Okay,
And then add that no further,
okay,
no, thank you, notification is required.
okay. Okay, thank you. And there was
okay.
The committee voted.
And
okay, thank you.
so all was in favor, there was no, so motion's carried, application is approved.
Thank you.
And yes, through the chair, just to remind the committee, we do now have the 5-minute speaking rule. So when you hear the ding, the sound, that means that the 5-minute time limit has been reached for someone speaking. But then it's up to the committee to decide if you want to allow someone to speak for longer than 5 minutes or not. Okay. Next, we're moving on to a minor variance application. A25134, 61 Clappam Road, Hamilton. Agent is R. Defina. Owner is Camelot Developments Incorporated. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. And please provide your name and your address. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Sorry, I seem to be getting feedback. Good afternoon, Chair, committee members. My name is Ross Luftina. I'm the agent acting on behalf of Camelot Developments, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have with the application. We've gone through some of the proposed conditions, and we're definitely in agreement with regards to that. So I'll leave it to the floor to ask any questions if you have any.
Okay, we're hearing you, but there seems to be an echo or,
Yeah, I'm getting that feedback too.
okay. So the applicant or agent has no questions, and does the committee have any questions on this application? If not, Robert?
Make a motion to approve the application with the conditions 1 through 5.
Okay, is there a seconder? Mel, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Thank you.
Anyway, okay.
Have a great day.
I must my. I think I have to make a change that it's only 1 through 3 conditions, not 1 through 5.
Okay,
Okay?
thank you. Okay, moving on, we have a minor variance application, 825121, 5 Hill Place, Stony Creek. The applicant is F. Gabayan, and the owner is M. Walsh Southall. I apologize if I mispronounced the name. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I will ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. And again, please provide your name and address. And you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Thank you for having us, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Fauzi. I'll be the applicant for 5 Hill Place, and we're applying for a minor variance for a GFA, gross floor area. So the zoning bylaws, they amend that we cannot go exceed the 75 square meters, and what we're proposing is 104.5 square meters for a second unit in the backyard at 5 Hill Place. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer any of them.
Okay, did you have a chance to read all the comments that were posted?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Does the committee have any questions on this? Mel?
No, after seeing the application and you're agreeing with all the comments, I'll make a motion to approve with all the comments.
Thank you very much.
Okay, is there a seconder? Robert? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, could you just repeat your name again?
Fauzi Gabayan.
Oh, it's Fauzi Gabayan. Okay,
All
thank
right.
you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, moving on, we have a minor variance application, A25127, 3 Camelot Drive, Hamilton. And the agent here is Denali Home Designs, L. Herrera, and the owner is L. Mackey and N. Garris. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. And again, please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Hi there, Lucas Herrera here, Denali Home Design, representing my client. I believe my client, Lee, is actually in attendance. Unfortunately, I would have attended myself, but having some car trouble, so opted to join virtually. We have reviewed the comments from the staff and have no questions at this time.
Okay, does the committee have any questions? Is there a motion? Donna?
I'll make a motion to approve the application with the conditions.
Okay, seconder? Sebastian? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, next we have a minor variance application. It is A25093, 319 Highland Road East, Stony Creek. And the owner is S. Vera and A. Vera, and the applicant is C. Carmazon. Apologize if I mispronounced your name. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I will ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Again, please provide your name, address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Calvin Carmazan, and I'm applicant for 319 Highland Road East, and this is actually tabled. We are here the second time.
Okay. You had a chance to read the comments that were posted?
Yes?
Okay. Do you have any questions or?
I just have remarks. We did whatever we were asked to do. We hired a professional engineer to assess this hydrological issue. We had it back with a positive report. I can give you, he cannot attend today, but I can give you his comments about the planning department answer.
Sorry, excuse me, you should be providing this at least 1 day prior to the hearing. What is? Okay, that's fine. Yeah, we can get a copy as well, just for future reference. Do provide this information to us at least prior to the hearing. Thank you. If you can send a copy to me after the hearing as well.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
So I guess we should hear from staff as
Yeah,
to,
that's what I was going to ask the staff
okay,
to reply to that.
on this report that,
Through the chair, Anthony Mancini, Planning Technician 1 on the East Development Team. Staff have worked with source water protection staff since the application was previously tabled. The applicant provided a hydrogeological options report based on the information in the report. Source water protection staff identified additional information that would need to be provided in order to satisfy the requirements of the section C 5.1.1 of the Rural Hamilton Official Plan. So at this time, we're requesting that the application be tabled until additional information is provided to satisfy the requirements of the hydrogeological study to be provided. Thank you.
well,
To the staff, have you notified the applicant what information you need?
Through the chair, Anthony Mancini, Planning Technician 1. Yes, we've had correspondence with the applicant, and the applicant has been made aware of the information that needs to be provided. Thank you.
To the applicant, in that case, are you willing to come up with the answers to the questions they got?
Yes. I think the requirements now are really unnecessary, and if you read them, are basically impossible to do. So this is, I think, it's just a no, regardless of our reports done by professional engineer. If you read that, they asked one of the points to do a study, 500 meters radius, that's a kilometer. A radius from the site we have on Highland Road East. So I think this is really out of normal. This existing house has now 2 bedrooms. In all the documents we give back to the planning shows a septic system approved by the city of Hamilton for 3 bedrooms. We added 1 bedroom, now we have 3. with this addition, ADU. So I don't understand. We have this report that was asked for, it's positive. I feel like it's, the requirements now are way beyond necessary.
Robert?
The application is a tough one to call because of the restrictions on from a hectare down to the percentage that you have right now. In the last meeting, it was brought to your attention to get these reports in, and unfortunately, Source Protection wants it from a totally independent. I get it, I understand it, but at the same token, I hope, the owner and the applicant yourself realize the lot's not going to change in size. That's the first thing, and it doesn't meet the requirements. If you get these reports done and they're not acceptable to Source Water, then we're back at the same spot. So I just want to make sure you're clear on this, because it could be a very expensive process.
I'm very clear, I'm a professional engineer. Okay, I thought you started.
Hang on a second.
Sorry.
But having said that, looking at it from a practicality point of view, having the minimum bedrooms in the house and the fixtures, et cetera, and adding the bedroom outside and the fixtures outside, is it really going to put that much more pressure or fluent going out to the existing septic bed? It's like you're moving it from the house, you're moving it out to the ADU at this and tying it in together. So there's some other considerations there too, and talking with the client, I know where she's coming from, but at the same token, there's the rules and bylaws regarding the source water protection, that what happens if it does go off property. I know there's the garage or whatever you want to call it to the right, and there's a house to the left. Your water well is in the front, theirs is in the front. So there's a lot of different variables in that, and that's what source protection want to pinpoint to see if it can be done. In my opinion, yeah, maybe it should be, but this is above my pay scale, of all of our pay scales here, that they've got to have the second independent report done. So I think we'll take I'd like to make a motion to accept the tabling up suggestion by source water people and have the client and get back to us when they have that report prepared for source water, and we drive on from there. It's not the answer you guys are looking for, but it's better than the alternative of being turned down. So it gives you time to get the right information. I would talk to source water people, get exactly what they want. It's pretty well out defined in the application or the comments, and we can drive on from there. So that was my motion to table it.
Okay, that's your motion?
Yeah.
Is there a seconder? Mel?
Can I have just a question before I leave?
Sure.
We provided this document signed by a professional engineer as we were requested. That document we provided doesn't say, is not a negative report. That document, if they would be reading that document in fully, but the way that answer was done, I don't think nobody actually did a true evaluation of that professional engineering report. I was given back by technologist, a denial. So I don't understand. So he asked us to do a professional opinion, and then we go back to a technologist who says, no, I need now to spend another $20,000 to do a one-bedroom.
Well, then what I might suggest, we leave it tabled, but I'm just going to quote off the comments. Staff recommendation is that the application be tabled until such time that a satisfactory independent hydrological study that satisfies the requirements of the City of Hamilton Source Protection Planning staff is submitted. So I would go back to them and say, what exactly do you want? Not the results, but the actual report and how the report is developed.
They listed what they needed, but if, nobody can do that. There's so many points that are really, this 500-meter radius studying, so I had to go now in other properties to do a survey for a kilometer diameter circle.
Well, the thing is, you've got some of the information that you circulated here, but having said that, it's going to have to be an independent engineer, puts a stamp on it, stands behind it to make sure.
We did it.
But
This
I
engineer
think
stand
this
behind,
is-
he sealed that report, and planning has it. So this report that we sent, it's sealed by this company, Soil Met Engineers.
I would go
Okay,
with the
so,
source water protection right now and find out specifically exactly what they want,
yeah,
and the motion still stands.
ask for their, professional titles and whatever, and so you have some reference as to who you're talking to, and then the agency that you hire needs to talk to the same person. So I have a motion on the floor, and seconded by Mel. All in favor of tabling? Opposed? One opposed? So the motion is carried, application is tabled.
To the agent, just to let you know, we will be in touch with you. We'll be in touch with you after the hearing about how to proceed afterwards, okay? Thank you. And again, please send me that document after the hearing as well, that you gave to the committee members. Thank you. Okay. Moving on, we have a consent application, B25037, 209 Highway 8, Stony Creek. Applicant is Barik Grenke, Surveying Limited, D. Kirkik. I know I'm mispronouncing a name, I apologize. And the owner is Samir Construction and Masonry. There's also an associated minor variance application, 825123, for the same address with the same applicant and owner. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I will ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Please provide your name and address. And again, just for your reference, you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and distinguished guests. My name is Darko Jakovina. We are representing the owner, and we applied for him. We applied for the minor variances. They've been approved, and now in a process of severance the land. And when we're going through that, everything is fine. It's just a few things. It's number 8. Number 8 is a protection tree plan. There's no trees, there's one tree, and it's going to come down. So I don't think that should be included. Also the landscaping plan, that's, severing 2 lots. I'm not sure the landscape plan is involved in that. As an engineering company too, we create site grading plans and those kind of things. So I never see the landscaping plan in this instance. And, I know become a mandatory stormwater management brief, but I don't think that's necessary in this instance. But if it is, it stays. But we got a kind of concerns about 8 and 9, the tree protection plan, that it's only one tree, and landscaping plan that I believe it's absolutely unnecessary. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Did you have a chance excuse me, did you have a chance to read all the comments that were posted as well?
Yes, we did. Yes.
Does the committee have any questions on this, the request for 2 conditions to be removed? Robert?
You stated there was one tree on the property.
Correct, one
Is
tree.
it on city property or your
Private property. We created already site grading plans when we left for the minor variances. We indicated it's going to be removed, and there's only one tree on the property, and it's going to be removed where the house is going to pretty much come, foundation of the house. That's why.
In the suburb.
Yeah.
And through the chair, just for the staff's reference, I believe we have someone from urban forestry that's that's participating virtually. So if you had any questions, you may.
Hi, yeah, my name's Lindsay. I'm here from Urban Forestry. During land severance, because after this, we won't have an opportunity to request them. I think the tree management plan was requested by the technician to determine ownership of the one tree on site. And then the landscape plan is required to make sure that we have enough soil and space and clearance to plant new street trees.
So to the agent, do you understand what their requests are?
Well, I caught it a little bit. We lost it a little bit. I understand the survey and topographical information, and you should have requested that, and we sent it that. Show you exactly there's a one tree. You can go on a Google map and you can do that. The soil is the soil. I'm not sure where you want to plant the trees. You want to plant the trees on a city property, or you want to plant on a private property. If we're talking about a private property, it's a regular lot. It's got a driveway, so I'm not sure where the trees is going to be planted. I'm not understand that.
The trees would be planted on the public portion of the roadway, and we just want to make sure that there's enough distance from driveways and walkways and any hardscape that's proposed.
Oh, yeah, we can show that on a site grading plan if you're requesting that, but we can send you a site grading plan.
That would be sufficient for a landscape plan.
Okay, fair enough. I agree with that. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Robert, anything else?
So number 8 is going to include our two, like a number 8 is, tree protection plan. And there's only one tree. So landscape plan we deal, but the protection, tree protection plan, I mean, it's only one tree that it's going to come out. So that now we're standing on the number 8 to remove it or.
Okay, so if the tree has been surveyed and shown to be private,
Yep.
Can you please email urbanforest@hamilton.ca?
Absolutely.
And show that, and then that condition can be waived by the technician.
Yep, Lindsay, you said urbanforest.ca,
Yes.
Hamilton.ca.
Yes.
Okay, we'll do that.
Thank you.
And if you satisfy, we don't have to go with number 8, correct?
I'll let the technician that commented provide the official waiving of that condition. I'll send it to, he'll get the email when you email Urban Forest.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Thanks.
Yep.
Okay, we're all good. Robert?
Well, there's the one condition that I highlighted in my notes here was the noise study.
Yeah.
Number 6, that should be pulled also.
Yes.
So if I'm getting this straight, we pull number 6 for the noise, and the variance for the tree and the landscaping still stays.
Okay.
Take a motion to approve then as discussed.
Okay, the agent's good? Okay. Motion made by Robert, seconded by Donna. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, just to reiterate through the chair, so it was moved by member Robert to remove condition 6 as part of the consent application. And then was it Melvin seconded it? And this is for the consent and the minor variance applications for both of them. Just wanted to confirm that. Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on, we have a minor variance application, A25145-7290 Airport Road East, Glanbrook. Agent J. Ludica. Owner is M. Crusto. Do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I will ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Please provide your name and your address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Hello, my name is John Utica. We're at 7290 Airport Road. We're asking for an 8 square meter extra minor variance on a 200 square meter ancillary building that we want to build on the property. There's no stipulations to the conditions. We agree on all of them.
You had a chance to read all the comments that were posted?
No, I haven't.
You haven't?
No.
Okay. Because they're recommending tabling Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority wants to review it.
I do have an answer to that. Well, we were speaking to the agent in charge of this, and he's going to bring it to the attention of the management, but they're currently on vacation, so he couldn't give us the answer, but he's going to waive everything. His name is...
Committee, questions and concerns on this one?
Yeah, I'm thinking that we need to have that from the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, is that they're going to waive everything. We don't have that right now, so I would make a motion to table it until we get that.
If everything's going to be said and done, and the conditions, we'll do everything for the conditions, and no matter what, there will be no problem or issues in the future.
I'm going to read the comment. Since you haven't read them, I'll read you the comment here. Based on natural heritage staff comments above, staff recommending tabling to have an opportunity to review the NPCA, Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, comments and discuss potential changes with the applicant. So, and they're recommending tabling it, and that's what we're going to recommend until they can come back with the information for the planning department to review it and make sure it's okay.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Okay, so a motion by Donna, seconded by Robert. All in favor of tabling? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application tabled.
Thank you.
And you can be in touch with staff when you have that information available?
Okay.
Yeah, through the chair, we will be in touch with you after the hearing on next steps.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, moving on, we have a consent application, B25048, 975420 Road West, Glanbrook. Applicant is N. Dicaria, and owner is Glancaster Properties Incorporated. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I will ask the applicant or agent to step forward. Please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nando Dicaria, and I have read the comments and conditions that were put forward in front of you. Just to give you guys a little bit of a context to this application, there is currently a dwelling being constructed on the property. The dwelling is constructed on half of the property. The property is 140 by 200 foot deep. The application was put in for construction and approved with a building permit in hand in May. So a lot of the concerns that were brought up by some of the city departments were actually satisfied. We're satisfied in doing that residential application. If you see the severance, it's almost right down the middle. It meets all of the zoning requirements it more than exceeds the zoning requirements that are in the current bylaw. And a couple of the conditions have already been met and handed in, like I was just mentioning, with the original application for the residential dwelling of 9754. So condition number 5 and number 6. So number 5 with the environmental impact statement, I would suggest that that condition, I'm requesting that that condition be removed. And number 6, regarding a tree protection plan, that was already submitted to the city's building department with the application for 9754. If you read the comments from the department, which is also in the staff report, forestry has no concerns, and the Niagara Escarpment Commission, which governs that property, also came back and stated that they have no concerns with the application. So I'll leave it through you, Mr. Chair, to the committee if they have any further questions.
Okay, thank you. Mel?
Yeah, I see the staff would like a site visit. Can I have a reply from staff where they had a site visit?
Through Chair, Anthony Mancini, Planning Technician 1. Staff are requesting a table to allow discussions between natural heritage staff and development planning to determine if there's impacts to core areas as the property is identified to be adjacent to those areas as identified in the official plan. Thank you.
If I can comment on that, Niagara Escarpment, it was a requirement in my building application for 9754 for the retained portion of the land, and Niagara Escarpment granted us a permit and said everything was okay. So they've already reviewed that application and they said it was okay in the first dwelling that the land is being retained.
Okay.
Has that report been submitted to the city?
So through the chair, they didn't ask for it, but if they look through the building department, there's a satisfaction report from the Niagara Escarpment Commission regarding that application. So if they would have went to city building department, that application is part of our file and it's been accepted and approved. Okay.
This one's more for city staff, I guess. If what the applicant is saying is true, I guess I'm just looking to understand the process of, is there a requirement for a new assessment here, or I guess I'll pause there and just let you answer, but I'm just confused why they would have to resubmit something if they've already done so earlier this year.
Thank you. So through the chair, I believe what the applicant's referring to is not the Niagara Escarpment Commission, but the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority. It's the Conservation Authority.
Yes, I'm sorry, Conservation Authority, correct, yes,
Yeah,
you're correct.
Very, very similar names. So when they review an application, I'm assuming the property has a portion that's regulated under the Conservation Authorities Act. And when they review an application, their mandate is to review it versus like a hazard, so from a hazard perspective. So is there a flooding hazard? Is there an erosion hazard? Is there a risk to public health and safety and property? That's how they review it. Building permits are not reviewed from a tree protection perspective. So our natural heritage department, who gets circulated on variances and on consent applications, they are not circulated on building permit applications. So I'm not sure what was submitted to the Conservation Authority. It very well could have been a tree protection plan, but we would not have reviewed that tree protection plan from the city staff perspective, critically through our Natural Heritage Department. And I suspect the Conservation Authority, given their mandate related to hazards and not natural heritage, would likely not have reviewed it from a natural heritage perspective either. So if it's done, that's fantastic. You can just submit it, we'll review it, and we can clear the condition that way.
So through you, so it was through a tree preservation plan and the grading plan. They reviewed both of them. They said it was okay with them. They've given the stamp of approval. And in addition to that, if you actually read the comment, they say so there are no NCA planning or permitted fees required, and they have no objections to the proposed severance. It's on page 348. Yeah.
The MPCA said that?
Correct.
Yeah, so they would have reviewed it from a hazard perspective, not from a natural heritage perspective, right? So they would have reviewed it from like a flooding, erosion hazard, if there's a water course nearby to make sure there's no risk to public health and safety. They wouldn't have reviewed it from a natural heritage perspective. That's not the CA's mandate anymore. That mandate has been refined by the government fairly recently. And from the building permit perspective, it's possible that tree protection was on your grading plan, but our building department, our inspectors review it for OBC and they review the grading. They don't review the tree protection component. That's our natural heritage staff, and they are not circulated on building permits.
Okay, so forestry, in order to have a demolition permit approval, forestry reviewed our tree preservation plan, and forestry approved the tree preservation plan, hence giving us the permit to continue with the dwelling.
Yep, and urban forestry reviews public trees in the public right-of-way on municipal property. Tree protection plans deal with natural heritage on private property for private trees.
Okay.
So two different departments reviewing two very different things.
But that was also submitted in the application and it was approved. So if they had an issue with the trees that are, like, just so I'm clear to the committee, no trees are coming down, no trees are being destroyed. So, and that was also relevant in the tree application, and the tree landscape plan that was submitted in the first submission of 9754.
Yeah, through the chair, that's totally fine. If you submit that tree protection plan, it should be a pretty quick one to clear, that if it's already been vetted.
Yeah, it has. So I guess I can resubmit that plan. I'm not concerned with resubmitting that plan, but part of the tabling that you've requested is circling back to that plan. And I'm saying, well, I've already handed it in. Why do we need to have it tabled if a lot of the information was already provided with 9754's application? This is kind of where we're going back. And same with the environmental impact study. It was approved for 9754 that it was okay. I'm not sure why I would need to do it twice again. I can submit the tree preservation plan. It's fine. No trees are coming down. I have no problem with the resubmission. But the tabling and having to do an environmental impact plan, I'm not sure where that's kind of warranted in this circumstances.
So what staff is saying then is we go ahead and approve this with all the conditions. He submits everything, the conditions go away, and life is good.
Sorry, just to interrupt you through you, Mr. Chair, or through the chair.
Okay. I'm just asking, going through staff.
Okay, I thought you were talking to me.
No. That if we approve it with all the conditions, then you will resubmit what you have that's already been submitted.
And approved, yes.
Have them review it from the other side of the desk or whatever, and then the conditions are removed and it's successful.
Yeah, so through the chair, I think part of the reason we wanted to do the site visit is we recognize that some work's been done, and perhaps the EIS and the tree protection plan, when we visit the site, won't be required. So you wouldn't have to complete that EIS, which I think is a fairly substantial study. So I think our natural heritage folks just wanted to do a site visit, see what's there, what's remaining, and then there's a potential where those conditions would drop off. So I think it just allowed us an opportunity to review it, see what's actually out there on the site, if anything is of significance, and if not, then we can drop those conditions off, and that reduces kind of the burden on you to clear conditions.
But that's kind of why I'm pushing back now, as I'm saying it was okay on the first application. Why is it not okay on the second one? I don't want to do the work twice. I'd rather not have it tabled. I've already done it, submitted it, and been approved. I could hand it back into you. That's not a problem.
That's
but
what
the
I just said.
Yeah,
we'll approve it.
Yes.
With all the conditions in. It's up to you to copy them back, have them review it, and then drive on.
With the exception of the environmental impact statement. That's the only condition I would like to have removed, because it's approved already for the first dwelling that we've built there at 9754.
Well, if you've got the backup for that, it'll disappear.
I can send them all the information we have for that.
Yeah.
Is that?
Yeah, if you have all the information, you would just submit it, and then you'd clear the condition, and then that's it. Like my recommendation would be to keep the conditions, make sure you clear them all, and then we go from there. And if you can clear them all because you've done it already, then it's as simple as that, just resubmitting it.
Yeah, it's approved.
Yeah.
The only one condition that should be removed, in my opinion, is number 4, which is the noise study.
Noise study, yeah.
It's almost like it's a rubber stamp in
It's
there, right?
redundant,
And
yeah.
that doesn't apply in this case, so. So we'll make a motion to approve it with all the conditions in place with the exception of number 4,
Okay, removal of number 4.
which is the noise study.
Seconder? Sebastian? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none? Motion carried, application approved.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on, we have a minor variance application, A25144. 3392 Homestead Drive, Glanbrook. Agent is C. Mel Mabranche. Applicant K. Smart Associates Limited, S. Jefferson. Owner is E. Costa and P. Costa. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, step forward, please. Provide your name and address. And after you, you have 5 minutes to speak.
My name is Peter Dimitrich. I reside at 3384 Homestead Drive. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. I'm here to speak to you openly and transparently on this minor variance application. While we respect this committee and the process, we're concerned not all parties are following it in good faith. As outlined in my submitted notes referred to Appendix B, the city's signage provided to the applicant was improperly posted approximately 50 feet from the road, buried in a garden bed where it could not be read by the public. This appears to be a deliberate attempt to obscure the application from neighbors, limiting public awareness and undermining the committee's authority. We believe this may help explain why no other members of the public are present today. This is just one of several inconsistencies we have identified. According to the applicant's proposal, the dwelling footprint is noted as 2,500 square feet in the written notes, yet on the sketch provided indicates 2,300 square feet. Furthermore, while the drawing shows a generous 4-meter side yard on the applicant's own property, double the requirement, the proposed side yard adjacent to our property is only 1.2 meters, which is not even the minimum. This unfair treatment shows a lack of consideration for us as neighbors. Even though a side yard reduction is not part of this current application, the application's intentions are clear. We are concerned that if this application is granted, we'll be back here within the year reviewing a request for yet another minor variance, this time to reduce the side yard setback. When reviewed collectively, front yard reduction, increased lot coverage due to the accessory building, and likely future application for side yard reduction, this is no longer a minor change. It is a significant departure from existing zoning standards. The application relies on pending severances requests under file B2457. However, according to the zoning comments, specific details related to the proposed dwelling in the lands to be severed have not been indicated. This comment from zoning raises the question of the purpose of our meeting here today. We must also point out, despite being rebranded as a minor variance, this application is fundamentally the same as the 2 previous severance applications that were denied. The only material changes are: 1, the jogged lot line around the accessory building has been straightened; 2, the previously proposed easement has been removed, which was suspected of being included merely to improve optics; and 3, this application has been reclassified from severance to variance. Aside from these cosmetic adjustments, the existing lot to be severed Its dimensions have not changed. The municipal bylaws and zoning requirements have not changed, and the neighborhood spacing, streetscape, and built character have not changed. In response to the city's comments, citing Hamilton zoning bylaw 05200, the suggestion that smaller lots and dwellings, including street townhouses, are compatible with the area is very, very misleading. These housing types do exist, but only in the commercial section of Homestead Drive, adjacent to businesses such as auto repair shops, ice cream parlors, gas stations, and the fire hall. Once you move south out of the commercial area into our residential neighborhood, the context shifts dramatically. Recent homes built are roughly 4,000 square feet on large lots with minimum 22.9 meter frontages. In contrast, this application proposes a home between 2,300 and 2,500 square feet with inconsistent figures to be constructed on a lot with a 30-foot building footprint. A 17-foot garage would occupy over half the facade, leaving only about 13 feet of visible home frontage. This is not in keeping with the established character of streetscape of Homestead Drive, as was noted by this very committee as a classic case of shoehorning a smaller dwelling where it obviously does not belong. For these reasons, we believe this application does not conform to bylaw 05200, the urban official plan B2422E and G, which require development to maintain or enhance streetscape patterns and provide appropriate setbacks and separations, as well as policy F11431D, which states the development must reflect the general scale and character of the surrounding areas. These are the same facts identified by the City of Hamilton staff in their October 8, 2024 report, which recommended denial of the previous application. Since that time, nothing material has changed in zoning, site conditions, or neighborhood character. Approving this application now, after 2 prior denials, would undermine this committee's authority and set a precedent, encouraging repeated resubmissions until approval is finally granted by attrition. Hence, we strongly but respectfully ask this committee to deny this application. Thank you for your time, consideration, and dedication to preserving the integrity of our neighborhood. I'm pleased to answer any questions or concerns the committee might have at this time.
Thank you. If you could also fill out one of the interested party forms just behind you.
Sure.
Yeah. Just through the chair, I believe we have source water protection staff here that want to speak as well. I just want to first thank you to the member of the public who spoke. I just want to give this person did come to speak to me at the counter as well. I just want to give some clarification for the C of A side of things. In terms of the signage, we were made aware of a specific issue with the posting of the signage. The agent was notified and the sign was moved forward to the front property line. Just another comment, and I did tell this member of the public as well, and I'll just reiterate it here, in terms of an applicant and their ability to apply for an application. That is what is called an intrinsic right. The courts or the tribunals have issued rulings on this. They are permitted to file their applications. And when they do, there is a process that we have to undergo to review the application. So just wanted to make that comment. And I believe we have staff from Source Water Protection staff wants to speak first. Thank you.
Does the committee have any questions at this time for?
What is this is the staff, what is the status of the previous OLT application on this property?
So through the chair, because it's actively under litigation, I don't think we can speak to the appeal. The application, we recommended tabling it. There was some lot fabric issues. If you recall, they had an irregular lot fabric that had a portion that kind of jogged in, and they were proposing an easement. It was kind of a really strange lot shape. So we had recommended tabling so we could discuss some of those particulars with the applicant. I believe then the committee refused the application, and the applicant has appealed that refusal to the Ontario Land Tribunal. So it sits before the Land Tribunal currently. This variance is on the same property and would be required to implement a proposed severance.
But at the end of the day, this is the same application, very similar application to we turned down previously, just different focus maybe or whatever. So it's the same, but it's not the same. And of course, with the OLT, staff has recommended tabling it. We've already turned this application down twice. What's changed?
Sebastian?
Has the agent had a chance to speak, or are they?
Apologize. Yes, you're correct. Just a correction. Actually, Source Water Protection wants to speak on another application coming up. I apologize. Yes. Was there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Okay. Seeing none.
Sorry, can I just respond to your question? Signage? Yes, it was. Corrected, but it was corrected 3 days prior to this meeting. So really, it didn't have the full 2 weeks or 3 weeks that it should have been out for the public to see it.
Okay,
so
that's fine.
Thank you very much for correcting it. I appreciate that, but a little late, but that's okay.
Let me clarify as well, through the chair. In addition to posting, and we spoke at the counter as well. I don't recall if we spoke about the specifics of this. In addition to posting the sign, we also send a notice out by mail. We post the material on our website as well, and we also post in the local newspaper. So we use several different methods to try to notify the public, just as best as we can. But if the committee wants to speak about that, they can if they want. Was there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Okay, I will ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Steve Jefferson. I am the applicant on this file. I'm with K-Smart Associates in Kitchener. We are at 85 McIntyre Drive in Kitchener. I have had a chance to go through the staff report and the comments from the public and other commenting agencies, and wish to provide some background to assist the committee members on this in your decision making today. So yes, this is another appearance on this file. The original severance application was made by Mr. and Mrs. Costa on their own without the benefit of pre-consultation. So they applied for the severance a few years ago, and it was deemed at that time to be not an adequate application. So this committee did turn it down. So the Costas then took the step of hiring us to assist with the process and to bring in a professional team to do all the required work to provide for an infill severance in the city. So we did go through the formal pre-consultation process with city staff, and they identified the number of studies which would be required before a complete application could be made. So a functional servicing report was completed by our civil engineers at K-Smart. So I know one of the public comments was that this site is not serviced. There is public servicing in the street in Homestead, so our functional servicing report demonstrated that a new house could be connected to municipal services and be a fully serviced lot. An arborist report was done because of questions of trees at the street and whether they were on private property or city property. That report was submitted, and for committee's information, we were contacted earlier this year by Hydro One, and at the present time, Hydro One is upgrading the electrical service through this entire corner of the city, where they are relocating hydro poles and upgrading the service to meet the demand for all of the housing and industrial development going on in the area. So Hydro One wanted to remove the hydro pole from the flower bed in the middle of the property, and they are moving it onto the city boulevard, which has required the removal of 2 trees. So if you were to go out and see the site now, you would see that 2 trees have been removed They were done by Hydro One as part of their upgrading to services in the area. An archaeological study was also required, and that found no matters of significance and is in the hands of the ministry at this time. We also provided planning justification for the original severance application, which was made last year. Before we submitted the formal package to the city, we sent it to the planning staff for a review so they could determine that all of their work was done and that they were satisfied with the proposed severance. That was reviewed by staff about a year ago, and they gave us the green light to submit. So last summer, we did submit the full package. It was being processed by city staff, and when they were going through with further detail, they did flag the questions about the lot width and the irregular shape of the lots. So that was done and flagged just before your committee meeting last fall. That is why city staff recommended that it be tabled so that we could sort out the remaining details on this property. At that meeting last fall, this committee did not follow the recommendation of staff. You turned it down, so our clients were in a position where they asked us to appeal this to the Ontario Land Tribunal so that the details that city staff had flagged could be dealt with. Since that time, we have had settlement discussions with city staff, and these applications are a result of that ongoing negotiations that we have had with the city to address their comments. So the lot configuration has been clarified to a complete rectangle with straight lines. The previous irregular lot shape at the front was to provide for the existing entrance gate features for the Costas driveway. They had the option of removing one of the posts or providing that irregular shape with an easement so that could remain. In order to satisfy the city, our clients have agreed to remove one of those posts so that we can have an irregular or a regular lot shape. One of the other issues that was raised was the yard shed, the accessory building in the back. And so the yard shed is deemed to be accessory as long as there is a primary building on the property. So in order to deal with an interim situation between a lot being created and the new house being built, we've requested the variance so that that yard shed could remain. In our experience, dealing with municipalities all across Ontario, this is a very rare situation with a yard shed like this. In most cases, you've got a yard shed purchased at a home renovation place where you can easily remove it. As shown in the pictures submitted by our office and the neighbor, it is a substantial building that cannot easily be removed. So we are asking for a test of reasonableness. It is not reasonable to require a garage of that stature and that substantial construction to be removed. We have provided sample wording for conditions to accommodate that accessory building to be remained. In terms of the sign being posted, that was done by a member of the survey company. They were looking for a spot to get the stakes in. The flower bed was a spot where they could get it done. When I found out about the concern, I personally went to the property last Friday, not 3 days ago, and relocated the sign. The ground is very hard, so it took a bunch to get it in, but we relocated the sign as soon as possible once we were notified of the concern with that. It is essentially the same request for an infill lot, yes. However, as you may recall, there is a need for housing in this city and all across this country. And for your official plan, does accommodate the potential for infill lots. In terms of the appropriateness of this lot in this neighborhood, again, if you look at the pictures, the lots to the immediate rear of this property and our neighbor's property, those are 10 to 12 meter wide lots. So if you look at a very small sample of 5 or 6 lots on Homestead, yes, there are larger lots, but Mount Hope is a evolving, changing part of the city with immediate homes to the back. that are about half the size of this lot that's being proposed. The proposed lot is wider than those existing lots and twice as deep. It's my recommendation that the committee approve the variances. In my opinion, this is proper planning for the city to allow for infill housing where we do need housing. It's a proposed single-family home. It is not as if it's something out of the ordinary. There are semi-detached and townhouse units all through Mount Hope area, so it's not anything out of the ordinary. I would also request that the committee do individual votes on the three matters today. We do have this before the Ontario Land Tribunal, and this is part of the settlement negotiations with the city. To assist with the OLT process, I do request that you provide individual decisions on each of these three matters. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. To the committee. Questions? Mel?
Yeah, I've got a few concerns here. I look at the lot width, it's 4 meters is a lot, the frontage is different than anything else along the side there, that street of Homestead. Also, the lot coverage, I mean, you're putting your 200 square meters over what it should be, which is a lot. And also the OLT, until that is answered, I can't really sit here and say I approve it right at the present time.
I have probably conflicting sentiments than Mel, but if we took away like the neighbors, the housing, the land, all those pieces, and I looked at that strip of land and the variances that he's asking for on that strip of land alone, I don't see the concerns. Of course, if you play into the fact that it's non-conforming, in my opinion, to the neighborhood, of course, but that's not what's in front of us. What's in front of us is if I had that strip of land anywhere else in Hamilton and they were asking for these variances, I would say yes.
I guess my concern is approving or denying the application before the appeal is heard. I don't know if the appeal would have any bearing on how I would vote for this, but I would think that knowing what the appeal has brought up would make my decision, I think, a little bit easier.
To the agent.
Through you, Mr. Chair, in response to that comment, this is part of the settlement process with the OLT. So we do need to have direction on these matters so that we can go back and continue our negotiations with the city staff to see what is possible or not on this property. And that's one of the reasons why I asked for the individual vote on each matter. If any of these items are turned down, we will have no choice but to appeal those so that they're part of a bundle before the tribunal. If these are approved, they are only approved to the extent that it would require the settlement to be satisfied with the city staff. If we cannot reach a settlement with the city staff, then we would be required to go to a full tribunal hearing. And if we go to a full tribunal hearing, there's a challenge for city staff because they recommended tabling of the severance a year ago, and this committee acted against the staff recommendation. So we are in a situation where we are trying to resolve all of this. These three matters are critical as part of our ongoing negotiations to resolve the city staff comments. The two items in terms of the lot width and the lot coverage, staff are satisfied that it does appear reasonable in this situation for an infill lot. The matter of the accessory building and relief for that, as I noted in my submission 2 days ago, I reached out to the municipality that had a similar situation a year ago, and I spoke with the planner who wrote their staff report and their chief building official, and they admitted it is a rare situation where you've got this type of thing. Most yard sheds, you can get 3 of your friends and move the shed and it's gone and it's not an issue. In this case, it's not something that you can simply move, and it is a considerable burden, which some people may say would be unreasonable, to require a building of this design and, type of construction to have it removed. We've provided proposed conditions. I also consulted with the land surveyor who's involved with this file, and he provided the suggestion about the note being added onto the deed at the time of registration so that any future owner of the lot, if it turns out that the lot was sold, you have a known date from whenever this process ends, and if a lot is created, then you have to satisfy all the city conditions, and you come to the point where you can have your lawyer register this new lot and create a property identification number with the province. On that date, when a PIN is created, a clock would start ticking that there's 2 years for a house to be built or the shed would have to be removed. And that's the motivation for someone to build the house. If the house were not built within the 2-year period, then the chief building official of this municipality has the power to declare then it is in non-compliance with the zoning, and they would issue an order to comply, and they would go through the process to have it removed. So there is still a compliance and enforcement process that the chief building official could carry through in order to make sure that it's removed if the house is not built.
Okay, my concern still is in regards to the application before the land tribunal. On its own merit, this should not have a bearing on whether the land tribunal accepts or denies your appeal. So I don't see how this has anything to do with the appeal. So I would prefer to wait for the appeal process to go through. If you get the land severance, then we can look at this. So I would put a motion forward to table the application unless somebody else has something else to say.
Back to my question earlier to staff, is there negotiations that have been done between the OLT and the city on this property?
Through the chair, excuse me, because it's ongoing litigation, it's not something we can discuss. We can't discuss appeals in a public format. This variance would implement a proposed severance on the property, and the applicant, as is their right, has applied for a minor variance. And we've provided comments on the merits of the minor variance application before you.
So I'm guessing the fact that, the city is in favor of 2 of these variances, and if we granted the 2, it's a little more ammunition for them when they go back to the OLT.
Well, no, I totally understand that, but I just wanted to clarify that in the open.
We really should be just focusing in on like what they're asking for rather than the larger.
But it's the same as we asked for before, or just the application was before, the severance.
And I know I was on, I understand we denied it. Like that's what it was. They told us to table it. We denied it. I was there. I was in favor for that. But again, when I'm looking at this, if this was in any other spot that didn't have necessarily those large properties next to it, I don't think this would be the same conversation.
But I think that has to be taken into consideration. So that's where we differ.
To the agent.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Again, recognizing what I can and cannot talk about, if this committee had followed staff recommendation a year ago to table the file, these issues would have been dealt with directly with staff, and we would have come back with a revised application for you to consider with these matters dealt with. Because the recommendation to table was not accepted, and you just turned down the application, we did not have the opportunity through that original severance application to sort out these details. This is a result of how Rather than dealing with it at just a straight staff level for the original severance application, this is the process that is available to us to negotiate these details that we weren't allowed to discuss a year ago.
Another question to staff. If this is approved, the variances for the severance, what restrictions would there be on the new building going in? Because of the small footprint of the building, to maximize the square footage and it's going to go up. Is there any restrictions that way?
Thank you. So through the chair to the councillor, they'd be required to develop in accordance with all the provisions of the zoning bylaw that haven't been varied. So the only variance they have is for the existing building, the shed, to make it a little larger than what's permitted. That is existing. The other variance is for the minimum frontage, which is to permit 14 meters instead of 18. All other provisions, so the setbacks to the side yards, the building height, the rear yard setback, the front yard setback, the landscaped area would have to be adhered to. And I believe the R2 zone, which is a zone in effect on this property, the maximum height is, I believe, 10.5 or 11 meters. So a 2 or 3 story building, and they're not proposing any variances to that. So they could build a house on the property today, 2 meters from the property line at that height, if they chose to. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Again, through you, Mr. Chair. I would make note of the comment from building engineering staff with the city. In addition to zoning setbacks, there is also building and fire code matters that would also apply to any new house. So once a new house is proposed, there would be a requirement for an analysis on building separation, which looks at the number of openings and the types of openings, doors, windows, all that sort of thing, on the proposed house and the existing buildings on either side. So even if you have a house design footprint that meets zoning, you also have to meet all of those other code requirements. So that could also require an increased yard setback from adjacent houses as well. So there's that additional layer of analysis and public safety on top of the zoning.
So as Sebastian has alluded to, the 3 variances that are in front of us and the what if scenarios, if an application goes in for a house on this property, they may be more minor variances for that application. But we can't look at that. We look at these 3 variances that are in front of us.
Again, I still feel, why are we even entertaining this when we don't even know if the land is going to be severed? To me, we're putting this ahead of what may happen. That's my thoughts. That's. Well, I have made a motion, but
Okay.
we're not sure where we're at, so.
I know you talked about a motion, and I wasn't sure whether that,
Well, yeah, I wasn't sure. Maybe I was ahead of myself because there was other people that had,
Right.
stuff to say.
Are you going to make it?
So I will make the motion to table it until the outcome of the appeal.
okay, so the motion for table, is there a seconder? Mel, all in favor of table? Opposed? 1 opposed. Motion carried, application tabled.
Okay, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, and through the chair, to the applicant or agent, staff will be in touch with you afterwards. And to the interested party, we will also notify you of any further updates on this application. Thank you. Moving on, we have a minor variance application, A25125 474 Provident Way, Glanbrook. Applicant E Forest, owner is Cache MDRE Mount Hope Incorporated, R. Shaheen. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent, please step forward. Again, please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak.
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Ridgway. I work with MBTW Group and planner agent on the file on behalf of the owner. We have had an opportunity to review the comments and the conditions and have no concerns or questions.
Okay. Committee have any questions on this application? Mel?
You've looked at the condition, you have no problem with the condition?
No problem with the condition at all.
And I'll make a motion to approve with the condition.
Okay. Moved by Mel, seconded by Robert. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on, we have a minor variance application, A25130, 38 Freedom Crescent, Glanbrook. Applicant Relies Solution Incorporated, Esterica. Owner is maybe Kai. I apologize if I mispronounced your name. Is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I will ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Again, please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me? My name is Shivang Tarika. I'm the applicant at the property 38 Freedom Crescent.
Yes, did you have a chance to read all the comments that were posted?
Yeah, through the chair members, I have gone through the comments given by the team. We actually got one comment that is not accepting or giving us a denial regarding variance number 2 regarding the landscape. As per the city staff, we will go with the recommendation, and in that portion where we have shown a concrete pad or a parking spot, we would like to keep just make that space as a landscape only and keep only the existing driveway, not extend it on the other side, so that we don't have any issues with the landscape.
Okay, so the percentage of landscape is about half of what's recommended.
To the applicant, taking out that pad and putting in more landscape, what does that equate to in percentage for the landscape?
Thank you for the question. Actually, I checked it today, the calculations. The percentage that we are getting after removing that parking pad is 47.14%.
Have you
And
have you submitted that to the planning department, or are you just presenting this now?
no, actually, after the report that we received, I again verified those numbers, and I didn't send that to the committee, but to the planning department. But when I removed that pad and checked the site plan calculation, the numbers were coming around 47%. If the committee is okay to give us the relaxation till 47, then I think we would be able to comply when we apply for the building permit.
Okay, thank you. To staff, have you have received that and reviewed it?
Through Chair, Anthony Mancini, Planning Technician 1. We did receive that information from the applicant. Yeah, so we requested denial of variance 2, so that's what our recommendation is. But if I guess if the applicant wants to table, if they need additional variances, I guess we could be supportive of that, but we're not supportive of approving variance 2 as proposed in the application. Thank you.
I believe they're just asking to modify it though and increasing the percentage from 26 to 47, which is pretty close to the 50%. I just want to be clear that we're not asking for anything new or different. So just so we're on the same page.
Yes, Chair Member, that's completely correct. I'm asking from 26 to 47, and I do agree that 26 is not passing our 4 test, which is clearly understandable. So, in order to, if I get that 47%, we would be able to comply with our secondary suite requirement.
Okay, to the staff, can we amend this? Or would you be okay with the 47%?
Yeah, through the chair. Yeah, I defer to my colleague, Tim. I believe he might be on the call. He might be able to answer that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Tim Vroman, Area Planning Manager with Development Planning. So if the request is to increase it to 47% from the 50% requirement because of but essentially to leave the existing site plan conditions as they are, would appear to be fairly minor. From 50 down to 47%, but I would ultimately leave it in the hands of the committee to decide on that if they want to proceed with this today, or if we would like to have the application tabled to provide a site plan with the showing the calculations. Thank you.
Okay, so we could table it, or can we request that the condition be 47%?
Yeah, maybe I'm a little confused. The owner said he has submitted the revamped
Drawings.
Thank you, drawings. Is that correct, Tim? Have you received the revamped drawings for the 47%?
No.
Yes, through the chair, no, I haven't seen any revised drawings with the submission. And to clarify, to the question that was presented, that the committee does have the ability to, as part of the motion, if they were to approve the application, that they could amend it with the revised variance that's being requested on the floor. Thank you.
And yes, through the chair, just to add to that, yes, that is correct, that the committee has the authority to vary the variance. I would note that the applicant is proposing a variance request that is less impactful than the original variance request. Because sometimes if they're asking for something that is going to be a greater variance request, sometimes you may want to consider whether we should be re-notifying the public. And I do note there isn't any interested parties related to this application either. Thank you.
I think right now we should have this tabled to have the applicant resubmit a site plan showing the driveway and the entire landscape percentages. I just, back of my mind, I know the driveway is going to morph this way a little bit. So that would be my motion to table it and have the applicant resubmit a site plan.
Okay, so Robert, motion for table. Seconder. Donna, all in favor? Opposed? One opposed. Motion carried, application tabled.
And for the applicant or an agent, staff will be in touch with you shortly about how to proceed.
Thank you very much.
Okay, moving on. We have a consent application, B25047, 19 Dawson Avenue, Stony Creek. Agent is Landwise C. Simpson. Owner is Habitat for Humanity Hamilton S. Ferris. I believe we have an interested party, Brad Ackles. Are you here? Brad Ackles? Okay. I don't believe they're here. Is there any other members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay. Seeing none, I will ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Please provide your name, address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I did have a brief presentation. Able to pull that up?
Sure, just give me a moment.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and Committee. My name is Chloe Simpson. I'm a junior planner with Landwise, and today here as well is Edward John, partner and principal planner at Landwise. We also have representation from the owner and applicant, Habitat for Humanity Hamilton, Sean Ferris, CEO, and Peter Wahlberg, Director of Building Services. We have read all of the comments and agree with staff's recommendation for approval with conditions. There is one condition that we would like to discuss with committee today. Next slide, please. Okay, so just very quickly, the proposed development is to sever, the proposed consent is to sever the lot into 5 parcels, and the consent is required to implement a 2022 OLT decision that redesignated and rezoned the property for the purpose of building 5 street townhouses. Since that time, the design has been altered slightly, and so there are also secondary dwelling units in each of the townhouses for a total of 10 units on the property, and the townhouses are 2.5 stories high. Next slide, please. So yeah, we would like to request the potential removal of condition number 6, which is to require that the applicant pay cash payment for the urbanization of Dawson. We do feel that this is a fairly stable neighborhood, and so there are pretty limited opportunities for development, and we don't foresee sufficient development happening to in order to implement full road urbanization. So yeah, we would like to request that this condition be removed. Also just noting that it is an affordable housing development, and so just trying to keep those costs down. And yeah, that's everything.
Okay, thank you. Committee have any questions?
Yes, Mr. George Dawson, who owned that property there, would be really surprised to see what's going on with this name of this street down there. So I'll make a motion to approve this with the one condition removed.
Okay, is there a seconder? Robert, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Thank you very much.
Feedback. Through the chair, we actually have we've put in a scheduled break here. Did we want to take 15 minutes, 10 or 15 minutes? 10 minutes? Okay, let's take a 10-minute break and we will be back at around, does it be around around 2:09 or 2:10 p.m. Okay? Thank you, everyone. Okay, we're reconvening now at 2:11 p.m. So next on the agenda is a consent application. B25045, 1165, and 1145 Concession Road 6 West, Flamborough. The agent is AJ Clark and Associates Limited, R. Ferrari, and the owner is T. Christensen. Just for the committee's reference, there's also an associated consent application, B25040. However, that is a consent for an easement, and as you may be aware, that type of consent application is handled through the delegated consent authority. So the chief planner will be reviewing and considering that application separately. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I will ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Please provide your name, address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chloe Andre. I'm a planner at AJ Clark and Associates, here on behalf of the owner, 25 Main Street West, Hamilton.
Welcome to our meeting. Do you have a chance to read all the comments that were posted?
Yes, we have, and I brought a brief presentation to discuss one of the conditions, but it recommends approval, and we'd just like to discuss condition 6. Oh, sorry.
Okay. Just give me a moment. There it is.
Thank you. If you could flip to the second slide, and I'll jump right in to just give a bit of context about this application. So this is a technical severance to increase the lot size of 1145 Concession Road 6 West to meet the private servicing requirements of the official plan and zoning bylaw for minimum lot area. There's no changes proposed to the existing built form, and the severed lands are of poor agricultural quality, and the severance has been located to minimize the impacts to the agricultural lands. The severed lands are additionally already being used by the residents of 1145 Concession Road 6 West, and that was evidenced in the photos with the application. And the resultant severance will legalize their access to this land. So it's a technical severance to increase the lot size of 1145 Concession Road 6 West. Next slide, please. So we'd like to discuss condition 6 and request that it be removed from the conditions, which is asking for a road widening along the frontage of Concession Road 6 West to increase the width of the right-of-way. Next slide, please. So the requested road widening referenced UHOP. However, this is located within the rural Hamilton official plan, where collectors are planned for a width of 36 meters in width. So this would result in a road widening of over 3,000 meters squared, removing additional lands from the agricultural operations. Additionally, this will decrease the size of 1145 Concession Road West, which is what we're trying to increase. So it actually will mean then that we have to take more lands from the agricultural operations, which we're trying to avoid. And if I could get the next slide as well. This is the existing condition already on Concession Road 6 West. So as I mentioned, it's a 20-meter right-of-way. And the current road is already shifted to the southern extent of the road widening. because of the drumlin that's in place. So this is the significant changes in grade, so it impacts the existing road alignment. So for those reasons, we are kindly requesting that condition 6 be removed so that we can preserve the agricultural lands in that area. That's my submissions.
Okay. It always has been a bit of a sore spot in the agriculture community when they ask for variances and whatever, and you have to give up frontage on the whole property, not just what the application is for the additional land on and around the house. And I think in those situations where the house itself that's getting the additional land, to give up a frontage there isn't taking land out of agricultural use, but giving up, I think you said 3,000 square.
Yeah, it's along the whole frontage, it's about 3,000 square meters. It's
that,
anticipated.
That's viable agricultural land now that he's using, right?
Yeah, parts of it are, and then the rest is in front of the house, which is not agricultural, but part of it is used.
Right. Anybody else have any questions?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve this, removing the 4 and 6, because I don't like to see the agricultural land taken out just because of road widening, which probably will never happen in our lifetime. So I'll make a motion for that.
Okay, is there a seconder? Robert? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none? Motion carried, application approved.
Thank you.
And just to reiterate, the motion was to approve this application, but to remove condition 4 and 6. Okay. All right. Moving on. We have a consent application B25039, 65 Mohawk Road, East Hamilton. Agent is AJ Clark and Associates Limited. S. Fraser. Owner is a numbered company, 2713129 Ontario Limited, J. Tran. There's also an associated minor variance application, A25119, sorry. Same address, same agent and owner. I don't know if the agent or applicant or agent is here. I believe the applicant is requesting to table this application. And I believe, yes, it was tabled prior to the hearing. Yes, so we won't have to address this one then. Okay. Moving on, we have a consent application. B25046, 245 Garner Road West, Ancaster. Agent is AJ Clark and Associates Limited, F. Kloibhofer and J. Thomas, and the owner is Tapley Bennett Ancaster Incorporated, S. Davidson. Was there any members of the public? Sorry, was there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I will ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Please provide your name, address, and you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, committee. James Thomas, AJ Clark and Associates, 25 Main Street West, speaking on behalf of the owner of the subject lands.
Good afternoon. Did you have a chance to read the comments that were posted?
Yes, we did. We've been working with staff, and we'd like to table the application until further notice to work out some of the issues there.
Okay. Is there a motion for table?
Put a motion forward to table the application.
Donna, and seconded by Robert. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application tabled.
And yes, to the applicant or agent, staff will be in touch with you shortly on how to proceed. Thank you. Okay, next. Next, we have a consent application B25041, 91 Jerseyville Road East, Ancaster. Agent is Landwise J. Badley. Owners R. Wilkins. And then there's a purchaser, R. Coleman and K. Wilkins. And there's an associated minor variance application, A25132, same address, same agent, owner, and purchaser. I believe we have an interested party here. Sherry Parsley, are you here? Sherry Parsley, are you either here in council chambers or on WebEx? Okay, I don't believe they're here. Is there any other members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I will ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Please provide your name, address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Jennifer Badley, planner with Landwise, here on behalf of the owner of the subject lands.
Welcome to our meeting. Did you have a chance to read all the comments that were posted?
Yeah, we did, and thank staff for their comments. Acknowledge that the recommendation is for denial and understand that the primary concerns are regarding the safety of the proposed driveway access and the mature vegetation on the property. We, as noted in the staff report, the proposed lot fabric is consistent and compatible with the existing built form uses and development pattern in the area. So with that in mind, we would like to request that the application be tabled just to allow us additional time to work collaboratively with transportation and natural heritage staff to address their identified concerns. Thanks for your consideration.
Well,
after looking at the property, I'll make a motion to table and seeing it. So,
your seconder, Robert, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application tabled.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a nightmare. And to the applicant or agent, we will, staff will be in touch with you on how to proceed after the hearing. Okay. Next is a minor variance application, 825129, 17 Ebenezer Drive, Flamborough. The applicant is S. Tarika and owner is A. Dexit. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I will ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair members. My name is Shivang. I'm the applicant at the property 17 Abenezer. Actually, as per the comments that we received, we like to table this application and get the next hearing date because we like to modify our variances so that we can come to a conclusion and get it approved. As of now, staff is denying our application, but we like to table it for this hearing so that we can work with this planning department and try to come back in the next hearing and get things resolved. Thank you.
Put a motion forward to table the application.
Okay, Donna and then Robert seconded it. All in favor of table? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried. Application tabled.
Thank you. And to the applicant or agent, the staff will be in touch with you shortly on how to proceed after the hearing. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thank you so much.
Next, we have a minor variance application, 825122, 12 Melbourne Street, Hamilton. Applicant is T. Malone. Owner is D. and L. Jasso. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak regarding this application? Please step forward. Come up to the podium. Please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
My name is formally James Dunlop, commonly known as Jim. My address is 12 Melbourne, upper unit. I'm the current occupant of the house that stands on the property at present. I've gone through all the plans and the narrative surrounding them, and I really have two issues I'd like to speak to you about today. One is the question of what I would characterize as amenity. There's quite a lot in all the paperwork about the amenity that's trying to be created for this additional dwelling unit. I think they're called ADUs. But there's very little about the effect on the existing home, which is occupied by two separate tenants, about the effect on amenity of the existing property. I'd like to speak briefly about that. The amenity of particularly the rear of the property will be completely altered. Currently, and that will obviously still be there, there's a very large deck at the back of the property. It's about 20 feet by 20 feet. Essentially, it's our backyard. And my wife and I spend a lot of time out there, especially in the summer. I've created a garden in the corner of the deck. Currently has about 40 or 50 plants in it, water feature, and so on. In fact, it's really an extra outdoor room in the house. After this building is erected, currently we have a view of, uninterrupted view of buildings that are probably 50 to 100 yards away to the rear of our property, across the city parking lot, the rear of Lock Street. Once this building is erected, it will be, as I understand it, 7 meters high, which means across a space of maybe 20, 30 feet, I'm not sure how far, we'll be staring into somebody's living area and looking down or across at their patio. You get the picture. It's going to be completely changed. The other question I have is about parking and traffic. There are currently authorized, I think, 4 parking spaces behind the house. These will all disappear and be replaced with 2, I think, fairly tight parking spaces close to Blanchard Street. It's hard enough to get out of our property safely at the moment without adding to the difficulties. We're directly this property that's proposed will be directly opposite the loading dock for a busy food store. 50 meters, I pasted out from where the new property will be to the loading dock. There's this 50 meters across Blanchard Street. It's also near the entrance to the Blanchard Street from Lock Street, which is currently shown to be one-way, but that's frequently, I sit out on the deck a lot, so I know this from experience, it's frequently ignored by traffic that goes straight through in the wrong direction into Lock Street because they can't be bothered going around the block. Of course, there's nothing to stop them except some signs. And I don't think anyone's ever been stopped from doing it, except perhaps by me when I happen to be standing in in the laneway. I said, no, you can't do this. It's also directly opposite the city parking lot behind Lock Street, which is a busy lot. There's a lot of coming and going. All the garbage bins and recycling bins for the businesses on Lock Street are located in that parking lot. There's frequent visits by trucks of various descriptions to carry on their business. The trucks at the loading dock, I would say they start regularly around 8 o'clock in the morning and continue off and on for most of the day. And that activity will be going on directly in front of this proposed building. Sometimes, if I want to get out of the back at the moment, I have to wait until a large truck has finished its business before I can exit. Sometimes I lose patience and I drive the wrong way back into Lock Street through one of the entrances that's not supposed to be used as an exit. If I waited 5 minutes, I figure that's enough. I can break the law after 5 minutes. But that's the situation. I suspected it's unknown to the city just what a problem this particular location is for the few, admittedly few residents who it affects. There are some residents closer to Lock Street who have parking spots at the back of the property. They presumably are also affected by it. Anyone on the other side isn't really affected from number 14 Melbourne on. It's probably not a problem for them. So it's, in city terms, it's a small problem. And in my case, it can be quite a significant problem.
Okay, thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Sorry, through the chair, to the rest, if you could fill out an interested party form, it's just behind you there. Fill it out and you could just leave it there as well, okay? And just to remind the committee, we do have a timer, so once the 5-minute speaking time is up, there you'll hear a dinging, a sound, a noise. And again, it's up to you if you wish to let that person speak further after that. And just to the resident, thank you for your comments. I know he was raising some issues about maybe something the city wasn't aware of. You're always welcome prior to the hearing. Any members of the public, any questions or comments about applications, please call or email staff, or you can even come in here to the 5th floor at Hamilton City Hall and we'd be happy to speak with you. Thank you. Was there any other members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I will ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. And again, please provide your name, address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Philip Toms. Toms plus McNally Design. We're the architects on this project. Here working with the owner, David Jasso. On this application, just for background, we did the other laneway house, which was just approved recently at number 16 Melbourne. And in the design of this one, we try to build a relationship between the two of them. We have consulted extensively with planning staff and zoning staff on this application over the past couple of months, probably more than they actually wanted us to. We do have the support of planning staff in the staff report on all 6 items. I can address these items individually if you would like me to. But suffice to say, they're minor points in the grand scheme of things. We try to we've tried to respect the zoning bylaw. The minor variance in the height is because of the structure of the secondary dwelling unit. The overall height of the secondary dwelling unit is a 2-story building, but it is still lower than the ridgeline of the house that's on Melbourne because the site slopes steeply. The existing house is not going to be affected in any way. There's 2 apartments in there, and those apartments will be maintained during the entire construction process. There's no intention to take away any of the existing apartment stock within the city. The parking spaces that exist on the site, there's currently officially 2 spaces, and that is being maintained with 1 additional space in a garage, which is on the lower level. The amenity space that the tenant is referring to, granted there will be some impact, but the spatial separation requirements for the building code between the existing house and the secondary dwelling unit have been maintained, and we are actually further away. So each of the 3 residential spaces on this site will have their own outdoor space. The upper deck that the tenant currently has, a lower garden space for the existing lower level tenancy, and a new courtyard space for the new secondary dwelling unit. We have tried to, make sure all the windows are actually not directly pointing towards the existing house. So there's privacy maintained between the different tenancies. And the landscape strip and the setback on the west side is so that we can have entry pathway for this secondary dwelling unit adjacent to the secondary dwelling unit that has currently been approved at number 16 Melbourne. I believe that all of these things are actually relatively minor in the grand scheme of things. Granted, there is some impact on the existing tenant, but it's consistent with what the city is trying to do, which is to increase housing stock, and this is the kind of housing stock the city wants to have. It's a 2-bedroom unit of some quality.
Okay, thank you.
And sorry, could you just repeat your name again, please?
Philip Toms plus Manali Design with the architects.
Thank you, Philip Toms.
Sorry, Tyler Malone was meant to be here. He's otherwise engaged today.
Okay, committee, questions? Robert?
Make a motion to approve the application with including the notes.
Okay, is there a seconder? Donna, all in favor? Opposed, if any? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Thank you very much.
Sorry. Next, we have a minor variance application to 825138, 235 Bold Street, Hamilton. Agent is Sprucewood Homes Limited, B. Martin, and owner is S. Raycraft and K. Denby. Just to let the committee know that just prior to the hearing, the applicant has withdrawn this application. So this will not be, the committee will not be considering this application now. Okay. Moving on, we have a minor variance application A25135, 392 Main Street, West Hamilton, Bousfield Inc. Agent is Bousfield Inc. A. Patton. Owner is Maine Margaret Incorporated. Is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Yes. Yeah, please come up. Provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Hello, Count. Hello. No big questions. Just wanted to know about whether the builders are making inquiries with the city to have a crosswalk at Strathcona, since the new building will be in addition to another building across the street, which is quite large. So the inquiry is just that will there be a crosswalk, just like there is on King Street with Strathcona? That was my question. I don't know if this was the right format, but I figured I'd at least trigger the discussion and see where it goes from here.
Sorry, can I have your name and address?
Sorry, please? Sean Rosen, 368, 370 Main West. I have buildings just across Margaret, and I'm happy to see it happening. So,
yeah, and if you could fill out one of the interested party forms here. And again, as I told the previous resident, if anyone has any questions about the application, you're always welcome prior to the hearing to contact staff here, either by email or phone, or you can even come in here to the 5th floor at Hamilton City Hall. Thank you. Sorry, was there any other members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I will ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak.
Hi, through the chair, good afternoon. I'm Ashley Patton with Bousfields, a registered professional planner here on behalf of the owner, Main Margaret Inc.
Welcome to our meeting. Did you have a chance to read all the comments that were posted?
Yes, so I've read the staff comments as well as the public comment written received as well, and I acknowledge Mr. Rosen, his comments as well. I do have a brief presentation for the committee today.
Okay, let me just load it up.
Great. And first of all, I would like to request a small correction to the notice. The notice, the second variance indicates 2.2 by 5.1 for the parking space. This should be increased to 2.3 by 5.2, which represents an improvement to the variance and is reflective of what our application materials noted. So good afternoon. I respectfully ask that combined with staff's recommendation to approve the first variance, that the committee decide to also approve the second variance on the basis that both variances meet the 4 tests under section 45(1) of the Planning Act. I will just wait till the presentation shows up before I begin. Thank you. So the 2 variances before you today, next slide, please, are to, 1, permit the use of a parking stacker system for resident parking only, as well as a variance to permit a reduced parking stall size within the parking stacker system that can still accommodate the vast majority of personal vehicles, which I will get into later. So I'd also like to note that under the zoning bylaw, there is currently no requirement for resident parking. So all of the parking being provided in the parking stacker system is in addition to and above and beyond what the zoning bylaw requires. All visitor and barrier-free spaces will be provided in full compliance with the zoning bylaw and will not be included within the parking stacker system. So next slide. So to touch on a little bit of the history, I acknowledge from the public comment received that there might be some confusion on the proposed building height, which we are not seeking a variance to. But in 2022, a site plan control application for a 9-story building was submitted to the city. Variances were approved for that building in October of 2023 by this committee, and the city granted conditional site plan approval in December of 2023. In June of this year, we made a submission to the city to clear the conditions of approval. And within that submission, the building was modified, among other things, to reduce the building height to 6 stories, which is reflective on the notice, as well as to introduce parking stacker systems on the ground floor. So we are currently working with staff to clear the conditions of approval. So Mr. Rosen, we acknowledge your comment, and there is a process that we can definitely bring that up with city staff, your request. Next slide, please. So with respect to the first variance, we agree with staff's analysis in their comments and just wanted to highlight that the parking stacker system allows for the owner of each parking space to access their vehicle independently of one another. There is a remote control to have access to their own space, which is demonstrated here. So we're in support of staff's recommendation for approval. Next slide, please. With respect to the variance to reduce the parking stall size, in my opinion, this variance is technical in nature. The parking stall size requested is shown in blue on the screen, which represents only the parking platform itself. There will be additional area beside each platform shown in green that you can step on, that you can access your vehicle, that you can swing your doors, which total 3 meters in total in terms of the space around the vehicle. One of staff's comments was that a reduced parking space size, that not all vehicles could be accommodated. While true, the parking stacker system can accommodate approximately 85% of all personal vehicles except extra large SUVs and extra large trucks that cannot be accommodated. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, barrier-free and visitor spaces will not be in the parking stacker system. The limitations on extra-large vehicles and trucks and SUVs would be within the purchase and sale agreements of the parking stacker units. Next slide, please. There have been some recent approvals to permit the use of both parking stackers as well as to permit a parking space size similar to what we're requesting, including 2 by this committee, 1 at Radio Arts Condominiums at King and Caroline, 1 at 1 Jarvis Street, and then as well as one approved by the local planning appeal tribunal at 600 James Street North. So thank you for your time. I respectfully request that both variances be approved, and I thank staff for working with us on this application.
Okay, does the committee have some questions? I know we were sent those revisions on the size of parking ahead of time.
I guess to staff, does the revision make your denial of number 2 stay the same, or does that make any difference?
Through the chair to the committee, my name is David Bonaventura, planning technician 1 with the West Development team. To be frank, it doesn't. Our concerns about the intent of the zoning bylaw still remain, but we do acknowledge that it is slightly larger than originally reviewed.
Sebastian?
Just some comments from me is just that obviously having the stacking system is a benefit. You're going to fit 2 cars instead of 1. If we don't approve it based off of the size that it is, like 1 or 2 extra people get to park their truck in the parking lot instead of having potentially a dozen more cars or whatever the size is. In my opinion, it makes sense to just approve it as is. And just, whoever's buying these properties or living there, ensure that their car is the satisfactory size.
I'll put a motion forward to approve the variance 1 and approve variance 2 with the amended space size.
Okay, seconder? Sebastian, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, next we have a consent application B25049, 44 Dalewood Crescent, Hamilton. Agent is W. Jazvac. I'm sorry, I know I'm mispronouncing the name. And the owner is J. Jotis and P. Rola Jotis. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I will ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. And again, please provide your name, address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Hearing by video, Mr. Chairman. Hello?
Yes, welcome to our meeting.
Thank you. I'm indeed Walter Jazvac, the agent, and my comments are fairly limited on this, particularly given that it's on consent. This deals with the conditions 3, 4, and 5 that I will be speaking to. First of all, simply by way of background, this is a 95-year-old building in, I think it was the first fully planned subdivision in Hamilton. And the building, unfortunately, title merged, so it's a technical application. The owners in slightly different capacities own the 2 properties next to each other, but a severance is necessary for them to basically return to their original status before a 2016 inadvertent merger. Getting on to points 3, 4, and 5, the proposed condition 3 indicates that there should be an administration fee payable to cover costs of setting up a new tax account. Well, nobody knew until about a month ago or 2 months ago that there was a problem. So there are existing separate tax accounts for both 44 and 48, two sections affected. So I would suggest that condition 3 could be waived as a result. With respect to item number 4, there's a request of compliance with Ontario Building Code requirements. I might refer to the comments in the section. If we go to the staff comments, what you will see on page 4 is that the subject lands are zoned low density. The existing single detached dwellings are permitted. So the buildings that are there, in fact, do comply. There is also condition number 4, or 5 rather, combined with 4 or 5 is a sketch that was prepared by an engineering firm. Mr. Carmazan, who I believe was before the committee today himself, had prepared this in accordance with his engineering standards, which showing is 3-meter separations between the buildings. Simply put, this is quite technical. This is in a well-established planned community in Hamilton. The buildings are original buildings. There's nothing that has changed. I would suggest that 3, 4, 5, and 5 impose some conditions that certainly aren't necessary given all of the circumstances. As indicated, the buildings have been there for some 90 plus years, 95 years in the case of 44. Those are really my submissions in requesting those exemptions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. To the committee? Any questions on the request for deleting 3 variances or 3 conditions?
I'd make a motion to approve the variances, but to include all conditions 1 through 5.
Okay.
So, sorry, through the chair, you mean the consent application, correct? Just to clarify.
I'm sorry. I hit the wrong one.
B25049, 44 Dalewood Crescent.
Yeah, 25049, right?
Yep.
Okay. Approve with the 5 conditions and notes.
Okay, leaving all the conditions in place? Okay.
Yeah, the houses have been there for 85, 95 years. Who's to say they're exactly where they're supposed to be? Because it's been so long ago. So
Okay.
I think it needs to be updated.
Okay, that's your motion?
Yep.
Is there a seconder? Did you get it? Yep, okay. All in favor? Opposed? 1 opposed. Motion's carried, application is approved.
What's that? Well, that's you can deal with it.
Okay, next we're moving on to a minor variance application, 825117, 34 Albert Street, Hamilton. Agent is M. Crow. Owner is TNM Laird / Haw Holding Corporation, J. Laird. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I will ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon to the chair and members of committee and staff. It's Mike Crow, C-R-O-U-G-H. I'm the agent for these applications. I'm a registered professional planner with Arcadis. And do you really need my full address? It's on the application form.
Okay, welcome to our meeting. Did you have a chance to read all the comments that were posted?
Yeah, I did, Mr. Chairman, and I'd have just a very brief presentation, if that's okay.
Okay.
Okay, just give me a moment. Sorry, to the agent, did you provide that to us prior to the hearing?
No, but I can go without it. It's fine. It's not critical if it's an issue. I just thought I could screen share. Yeah, no problem. I'll continue without it. It's not a big deal. So, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, we've read the staff comments. We're satisfied with the approach that staff have taken with how they've characterized the application. So when we initially applied, we highlighted section 45.2 under the Act for legal non-conforming use, because that is actually the situation of the entire property. So, there's a warehouse structure on the property as well. So the entirety of that existing development is legal non-conforming. And we provided a letter with our application from the city confirming the status of the dwelling itself as a legal 3-unit dwelling. But we also highlighted another section in 45.2, which is for permission for a like use, which is the approach that staff took. So hence, there's a few variances identified with respect to parking and some other scenarios. We think all those variances are in fact minor and really reflect in many ways the existing conditions. So we're really just trying to facilitate some housing construction in this existing dwelling, small scale development, small scale intensification, small scale units with no disruption to the look and feel of the property or no disruption to the character of the area. So we're satisfied with that. Our opinion is that it represents good planning. It's definitely in line with provincial and municipal objectives lately for increasing housing stock in sensitive ways, and it also increasing rental housing and just trying to get a bit more done with properties and buildings that we have. So that's all good. We do have one request, and I've seen a few requests pertaining to conditions happen already on this hearing. So, I don't want to put the committee members in a difficult spot. But the condition for a functional servicing report is overkill for us. It's not really commensurate with the application proposed. So just back to what I was stating earlier, there is a legal recognized use of 3 dwelling unit structure on this property in terms of the residential use. And the proposal before you would be a total of 5 units, so only 2 additional dwelling units if this application is approved. And I can't think of a scenario in my planning career where I've done a functional servicing report for 2 dwelling units. So all due respect to staff, I think that's a little out of whack for what we're proposing. Other than that, we're satisfied and the owner is satisfied, and we'd be happy to accept approval of the application. And I'm here if there's any questions of me.
Okay, thank you. To the committee. Questions? Motion?
Hi, this is David Santorelli from Development Engineering.
Yes, go ahead.
Yep, we would like to see that the functional servicing report remains a condition of this application.
Okay. Mel?
I'll make a motion to approve with the conditions in there.
Okay. Seconded by Robert. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Thanks for your time.
Okay, next we're moving on to a minor variance application. A25131, 707 Upper James Street, Hamilton. Agent is Metropolitan Consulting Incorporated, P. DiUlio, and the applicant is Dr. A.T. Gauss. And then the owner is Hamilton Diagnostics and Consultations Incorporated. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I will ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Again, please provide your name, address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, my name is Peter DiUlio. I'm a registered professional planner with Metropolitan Consulting, Inc. Our address is 2255 Barton Street East in Hamilton. With me is the owner and applicant, Dr. Ali Ghosh. He would like to just say a few words first, and then I'll get into the application.
Thank you, Chairman, and the members of the Adjustment Committee. I've been on Hamilton Mountain for the last more than 40 years and have seen things grow, things develop. I have practiced at the hospitals now, the stage where I'm downsizing. So I want to not work at the hospital because of the demands of the hospital, but now have my own clinic. So it's a service that is needed, and for that we have this house on Upper James. It's a bungalow, it's a small house, which I would like to turn that into a medical clinic. It's a low volume clinic, not too many people there, it's not a big volume clinic, and I have watched over the years, over the 40 years, the commercialization of the mountain hub. Upper James is a hub. I mean, between Walmart and the Canadian Tires, there's all businesses there on commercial areas, except for a few houses that are not designated commercial. So this is, I mean, not changing anything to the house. I mean, renovating the house, revitalizing that area, and making good use of the house. So that is what the application is for, to have a medical clinic, which is needed. It will just rejuvenate the area, and that's I'm calling for a minor variance to have that approved as a medical clinic. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, obviously I'm not in favor of the planning's recommendation for denial. And I was on their side. I worked for the city for many years and was reviewing minor variance applications for very similar about the use. So I went back to the report that was written in 2002 about staff not supporting use variances. And it's kind of, I'll just read you a few little quotes from that. First and foremost, the report says, the Planning Act does not exclusively prohibit the Committee of Adjustment from making decisions which have the effect of adding the uses permitted under the bylaw, provided it is of the opinion that the 4 tests are met. I'll get to that. Then on the next page, it says, the Planning Act establishes the official plan as the primary planning document that establishes goals, objectives, and policies that set out how the municipality will manage and direct physical change and effects on the social, economic, natural environment. So that's where I'm going at. This is a primary corridor. It's Upper James. The west side, because it was previously zoned commercial in the old City of Hamilton bylaw, was rezoned in the new bylaw to commercial uses. Unfortunately, the east side was not the case. It was still residential zones. But there are commercial uses, one right next door, Denturist, which when I looked at the city mapping, there was a committee of adjustment back in the 80s or 90s. Whether it was a use variance, I don't know, but that would have been the old City of Hamilton. Regardless, there is a commercial use next door. There is a commercial use further north, a nutrition place. And on the west side, there are all kinds of commercial uses, but they're property zoned. So we get to the 4 tests. Now, staff has said it meets the test of conformity with the official plan, general intent, and purpose, but not the zoning bylaw. So again, do we go back to this report in 2002? The minor variance must clearly not depart from the original intent of the municipality's planning documents. I'm going to go back to the official plan. The intent is for this to be a primary corridor, the A line on the blast network for HSR. Most of it is commercial. It's going to be commercial. So that's the intent. Yes, it's neighborhoods on Schedule E1, and yes, it's residential to the east of this property. But clearly, the intent is for Upper James to become a commercial corridor. And it's just a matter of time that everything will be commercial. It's just that we need to go through a zoning. Everything's there. The house is there, just being converted. all the setbacks. So if you talk about general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw, the setbacks are in place, the parking's there, the fencing's there, everything's there. It's just renovating the house to allow for the clinic. So my submission is that it actually does meet the general intent of the zoning bylaw. And it's desirable, and it's compatible, and it's minor. And that's my submission.
Okay, thank you. Mel?
Question to staff. That 705 is a commercial building now, up with the dentures or whatever's in there now. What's the difference between 705 and 707?
Through the chair to the committee member, like the agent mentioned earlier, I am not exactly aware when that use was established, but it is an existing use. The difference right now is that there is no established commercial use on 707 Upper James.
Anyone else?
I did some digging in, and as the applicant said, the building next door had a committee of adjustment decision.
84.
I don't know how many years ago.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, it was actually 84.
Okay, and there's another one across the street, the one you quoted, the beauty place, whatever. So I'm having a rough time drawing the line here, whether this is an applicable for this building or not. And of course, the staff has recommended denial for this based on it should be done through a zoning amendment. But there's precedent standing right now, I hate to use that term, but on the two associated properties, you know, almost side by each. So I'd make a motion to approve the application.
Okay, is there a seconder? Sebastian? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Thank you very much, committee.
Through the chair, would the condition be part of the approval as well, the proposed
I don't
condition?
think there was any, was there?
Yes.
Sorry, yes, include the manhole.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, we actually had a scheduled break at this time. Did the committee want to take a break, or do you want to continue on?
5 minutes?
Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break, and we will return at 3:14 p.m., okay? All right, thank you. Yeah, okay, I think we're reconvening now at 3:17 PM. So, next we have a minor variance application, A25141, 62 Genoa Drive, Hamilton. Agent is Noble Prime Solutions Limited, T. Rye, and the owners are S. Pather and J. Savak. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I will ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Please provide your name, address, and you have 5 minutes to speak.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tanveer Rai from Noble Prime Solutions Limited. I'm here on the behalf of the owner at 62 Genoa Drive, Hamilton, Ontario. My office address is 2131 Williams Parkway, Unit 19 in Brampton, Ontario. In this application, we have actually talked to the city recently, and we have come to a different set of approach regarding the situation, for which we need to table this application at this point. We have discussed that with the planner already, and he supports our application to table it at this time and come up with a new idea regarding this application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to table.
Motion made by Mel, seconded by Robert for tabling. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application tabled.
And yes, thank you to the applicant or agent. Staff will be in touch with you shortly on how to proceed.
Thank you so much for that.
Okay, next we have a minor variance application, A25136, 1530 Jerseyville Road West, Ancaster. Owner is S. Daly. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay. Seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Please provide your name, address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Afternoon, committee. My name is Scott Daly of 1530 Jerseyville Road West. I've prepared a presentation that I've submitted.
Okay.
I also have handouts to the discretion of the committee if you would like me to.
Yep. Just give me a moment. I'll load up that presentation.
Thank you. So as a proud third-generation member of this city, when I was looking for a house, I found this property, and the reason for my variance here today is that there is an existing structure on the property that from the prior owners was built in 2021 and used as a dwelling. During the purchasing process, there was an order to comply that came on the property, and my plan was to live in that new dwelling while permits and everything associated were completed to remove the primary dwelling at the front that you see there and construct a new house. If you could go to the next slide, please. This is the current existing dwelling. It was built pre-1950s. If you can go to the next slide, please. This is the detached shop that was built near in the middle of the property. There is a livable space within it that was done by the previous owners, and that is what I am requesting relief for, to utilize this secondary building as an additional dwelling on the property. If you may go to the next slide. This is the current layout that was done by the previous owners. And the next slide, please. This is just a fancy picture I found, but my goal is to raise a family on this property once I get all the demolition and building permits. I may proceed to build a new primary residence on the subject lands. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Did you read all the comments that were posted?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. Committee?
After like the property, you cut down a whole bunch of those trees in that area. Are you planning on replacing any of the trees that you took down?
Yes, sir.
Planning department have any response on whether you can do that or not? Is it possible to do it? Let's put it that way. I know you're against it, but is it possible?
So, through the chair to the community member, development planning is recommending tabling so that we could first address potential concerns from the source protection planning staff regarding the servicing. But there are also potential other alternatives that we would like to explore with the property owner. For example, there are cases where if a property owner wants to build a new primary dwelling, they enter an agreement with the building department where they post securities to live in the existing primary dwelling with us, the new ones being constructed. I understand that the site configuration probably is what poses more complications for this property, but we'd like to explore if a similar thing could be done in this case as well.
If that being said, would you explore with them that you don't want to use that additional building while you're building a new one and not turn it into an additional dwelling unit afterwards? Or I think that's what they're asking for.
Yes, no, so I do not intend on using this space following construction of a primary dwelling as any sort of tenant space or any rental space like that. There's no plans to the side. It's just to accommodate myself while the building process is being completed and permits and everything like that.
I'm going to put a motion forward to table the application so that you guys can sit down and figure more things out that you need to figure out. Okay?
Okay. Motion made by Donna, seconded by Robert. All in favor of table? Opposed? Seeing none? Motion carried, application tabled.
Thank you.
And to the applicant or agent, staff will be in touch with you after the hearing on how to proceed. Thank you. Next, we have a consent application, B25043, 1634 and 1636, Concession 2 West Flamborough. Agent is S. Fielding and R. Pasuta, and the owner is M. Van Drongelen. Sorry, I know I'm mispronouncing your name. And the purchaser is A. Van Berkel. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I will ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, committee. My name is Susan Fielding. I'm representing the Van Berkels and the Van Drommelins. My business address and my business partner here, Robert Pasuda, we work out of 7458 Fielding Lane in Puslinch.
And I'm Robert Pasuda, and we work together at the same address. But I am married to Elaine still. So, Mr. Chairman, committee members, thank you for the opportunity to be before you and speak. I'd like to thank staff for support of the application. And the application is self-explaining and it's minor. There's only one request from us and from the Van Berkels, and that's number 3, lift condition number 3, the ag study. I don't see why we need an ag study. It's agricultural land. The land that the Van Berkels are looking to purchase, that small corner, has been agriculture. They've been using it, though, and leasing it for their own use down there. And it's rural people working with rural people, so I can't see the need for any type of an agriculture assessment back at it. Other than that, we're okay.
Previously, even today, and I voiced my concerns about number 7, where the city grabs frontage. And we made a decision earlier today on an application, and I just have a problem with giving up, farmland. If it's a severed lot, it's one thing, but, if a farm's sold, they don't grab any frontage. But if there's a severance or a minor variance in place, then it seems like an opportunity for the city to grab some free land. And so.
And Mr. Chairman, I did have that marked here as an issue for us to give up that land down there, being rural and agriculture. And it's a rural road. It's never going to change. It's never in its time. I mean, our city can't even look after the roads they got right now, never mind make roads bigger. So can we ask for that to be relieved too, that condition? Number 7. So 3 and 7, please.
Okay. Committee have questions, concerns?
I'm going to make a motion to accept the application, approve the application with the removal of number 3 and number 7, the conditions, number 3 and number 7.
Okay. Is there a seconder? Mel, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairman Smith. Committee members, thank you.
Okay, next we have a minor variance application, A25137, 639 Woodhill Road, Flamborough. Agent is T. O'Hara and owner is P. McCoy. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay. Seeing none, I will ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Please provide your name, address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Yes, welcome to our meeting.
Thanks very much. My name is Tom O'Hara, and I'm representing Mr. Paul McCoy, who resides at 639 Woodhill Road in Flamborough. Mr. Woodhill was a dairy farmer for 33 years and now is a beef farmer. The farmer has been a dairy and cash crop for over 75 years. We do not agree with the staff recommendation to deny, and we hope that the Committee of Adjustments will approve our request. We're looking for permission to build on a lot that has 150 feet of frontage and is 200 feet deep. The only question that was raised by staff was the address, not the zoning. So Committee of Adjustment is aware. Andrew Harriman of the Grand River Conservation Authority called me and asked me a few simple questions and said that he would not be submitting a report, nor would he be opposing the application. In the background notes, staff notes, it states that new development can be permitted on P7 land as long as site alteration within the system, if there's no negative impacts to key natural heritage, it does not disturb the area by 25%, and if there's no impervious surfaces to exceed 10%. We can ensure that all three of these impacts will be adhered to, and we have no problem if all three of these criteria are included as conditions of approval. We feel that the following intent of the framework of the PPS clearly states that rural development is permitted so long as conditions are suitable for appropriate sewage and water or installing septic and well. The PPS says that locally appropriate sustainable development should be allowed, and as long as they don't require uneconomical infrastructure expansions. This is expansion by one home, and we're using septic and well. A rural lot may be allowed under the 2004 PPS if site conditions support private communal sewage and water systems, which this can. Development is appropriate to existing or planned rural infrastructure and does not spur cost expansion. Well, it's an existing road, and it does not unduly fragment agriculture. Well, Mr. McCoy's been farming on the land for forever, and the farm's been there for over 100 years. And right now, this is simply a wood lot. The PPS encourages authorities to support healthy, integrated, and viable rural communities by accommodating appropriate range of mixed housing. The PPS requires authorities to consider local appropriate rural characteristics and the scale of development. The PPS provides that development should be promoted where it can be sustained by rural service levels. In addition, it should note that within 1 kilometer either way of this subject property, there are 11 homes that are under 0.4 hectares. The subject home is 0.7 hectares. It should also note that of these 11 homes, 4 are less than the size of the subject property. Community members should be aware that there is an adjacent home that is 0.2 of a hectare, half of the required size, and it supports septic and well. The home is also on the P7 zoned area. If approved, staff are recommending that a hydrological assessment be completed. We don't really understand this as a septic use permit needs to be secured in order to put in a well. At the time of the process, city staff are going to have to visit the land to ensure that a septic is viable. Regardless, there are provincial guidelines in place that clearly state that a septic system must be 50 feet from a drilled well. The intent is to remove as few trees as possible during the home construction and respect the integrity of the lot. We'd be pleased to answer any question.
Okay, thank you. You had a chance to read all the comments that were posted?
I did, sir.
Yes. Is there anyone available from Source Water today?
Through the chair, let me see. I don't believe. Is there any? I don't believe there is. Is there any staff here from Source Water Protection on the WebEx? I don't believe so. No.
Okay. Committee? So the question is, with source water is the size of the lot to be maintained a septic system and to have enough surface area. That's the question.
Mr. McCoy does own the land behind the property, and we could push the fingers of the septic system closer to his land if necessary.
Would you be willing to table this till we get a source water report?
Certainly.
In that case, I'll make a motion to table this application till you get that report.
Okay, motion made by Mel, seconded by Robert. All in favor of table? Opposed? Seeing none. Motion carried, application is tabled.
Thank you, and to the applicant or agent, staff will be in touch with you shortly about how to proceed.
Thank you.
Next, we have a minor variance application, A24157-768 Field Road. Applicant is H. Dehan and the owner's A. Cooties. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I will ask the applicant or agent, please step forward. Please provide your name, address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Harry DeHaan. I'm the applicant. I'm here with Mr. Al Cooties, the owner. This is our second time standing here, and just like to thank the committee for the work that they did, especially the Natural Heritage Committee for working with us. I really don't have anything further to add. The comments are acceptable, and we'll leave it with that.
Okay, thank you. You read the whole report and then the positions. Okay, committee?
Make a motion to approve the application with the conditions.
Okay, Robert, seconded by Donna. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Thank you.
Next, we have a minor variance application. A25126-1391 Powerline Road West, Ancaster. Applicant is Summit Station Dairy and Creamery Limited, J. Howe. Owner is D. Lowith, B. Lowith, and C. Lowith. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Actually, I believe there is. Wendy Grupe? I don't know, I may be mispronouncing the name. Wendy Grupe, are you here? Are you here in council chambers or on WebEx? Okay, I don't see her. Is there any other members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I will ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Please provide your name, address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Jennifer Howe. I'm the applicant. I'm also the general manager of Summit Station. The address is 1391 Powerline Road West in Linden. So we are applying for a minor variance so that we can apply for a restaurant license so that people can enjoy milk at our new on-farm dairy. In 2023, we opened an on-farm dairy. The Lowith family has been milking cows at the farm since 1947, and with limited ways to grow the business, we utilized the provincially allowance for on-farm diversification, secondary use, and created a processing and distribution center. There's a small retail space that allows us to sell our own farm milk, cheese curds, yogurt, along with some complementary local products. We're very committed to helping educate people about modern agriculture, milk, and helping consumers connect with farmers. As such, agri-education and agritourism is very, very important to us. We offer weekly public tours as well as private tours for seniors groups, community groups, countless school groups. We do an annual open house, which we started many years ago with the local dairy committee, and last year that saw 1,600 people come through the barns. This year alone, as of Sunday, we did a count, we've had 3,570 people tour the farm. So we get a lot of people out to the farm, and we are seeking this application in order for people to enjoy the milk when they come to the farm. The cyclists, we're right on the rail trail. We'd love for them to be able to grab an ice cream cone or a coffee when they come out. So we cannot currently apply for a restaurant license as it stands now, but we are seeking this minor variance so that we can get the restaurant license, so that people can consume the product on site.
Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you.
So I understand, like.
Sorry, through the chair, I think I was notified that Source Water Protection may want to speak on this application. Are they here? Okay, I don't see them. I just wanted to make a note of that. Sorry.
Hi, sorry, I am here from Source Water Protection, and I can speak to our comments. Sorry, my name is Amit. I'm from Project Manager in Source Water Protection. I do want to clarify, I think when we were providing our comments through the form to the Committee of Adjustment in error, it was recommended to deny this application. We're not intending to deny this application. We do support a conditional approval contingent upon a satisfactory hydrogeological study completed. Just did want to clarify that.
Okay, thank you. Because that was going to be my questions, because I know a bit about what the potable water and how it's utilized and where the wash water and stuff goes from the facility, and so it has nothing to do with the farm itself. It's on its own.
Correct.
Its own standards. So anyway, committee. Mel?
I think it's great for the way you give a publication and promoting agriculture and the people, education for the young people and everything that's going on there. And I think adding that one little bit for people to sit down and talk and a little restaurant there would be an ideal situation. So I'd like to make a motion to approve this application because they're within the size of for the restaurant and within inside the building. So I'd like to approve the application.
Okay, is there a seconder? Donna, do you have a question?
No. I don't think you need to hide dog because you're already looking after that at the farm right now very well. So.
Okay. Donna, second. Okay, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Thank you very much.
And sorry, through the chair, was the proposed condition, is that included as part of your approval in the staff report? That the restaurant use be limited to a gross floor area of 20 square meters? Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next we have a consent application, B25038, 28 Oakley Court, Ancaster. Agent is M. Sibeli and owner is N. Skiba. I do want to let the committee know that the sign that is posted on the property, the agent has indicated it was posted on August 4th, which is 10 days prior to the C of A hearing today. The Planning Act does require that a sign for a consent application has to be posted 14 days prior to the hearing. So I just want to let the committee know that, and I will leave it to you in terms of if you wanted to address that or not. And the agent can speak to that if they need to. Okay. I believe we have some interested parties here. The first is Steve Ransom. You here? Steve Ransom? Are you in council chambers or on WebEx? Okay. Then I'll move on. Travis, I apologize in advance if I mispronounce your name. Travis Geroin? Okay, yeah. Please step up to the podium. Please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Travis Derwin. I live at 34 Oakley Court, the property adjacent to 28 Oakley Court. And yeah, I have a number of concerns about this application. The first and foremost is the privacy and overlooking of the potential building that will be built on this property. I have quite a bit of privacy right now in my backyard, including a hot tub and a trampoline where my son plays. And I believe that if this building is constructed, then I'll lose a lot of my privacy in my backyard. One of my other concerns is neighborhood character. Our neighborhood is consisted of mostly, all the houses are detached residential homes. And I think introducing townhomes is really going to negatively affect the aesthetic of our neighborhood. I'm also really concerned about property value. I think if you consider two properties, equal properties aside, I think living beside a set of townhomes on a residential street is going to be less desirable, therefore impacting the property value of my home and my neighbors' homes negatively. So I'm pretty concerned about that as well. I'm also a little confused or concerned about sort of like the zoning constraints. From what I understand, there were some bylaws passed a few years ago that limited square footage and sort of basically reduced these monster homes that were being built in Ancaster. And I'm not really sure how 3 townhomes will be able to fit on this property without sort of violating those bylaws. Construction concerns. My understanding is the applicant and owner plans to develop these townhomes himself, and he's not a developer. What really kind of scares me is the idea of living beside a construction site for several years. Not far from my house is a property at 61 Floresta Court, and it's been about 2 years now it's been a construction site. Increased traffic, lots of stuff going on, dust, debris. I hope that I don't have to live beside something for that amount of tenure. And I've spoken with several neighbors, and basically everyone agrees that this would be a bad idea for our neighborhood, and opposition is pretty uniform across the board. So those are my concerns. Okay, great, thank you.
And yes, please, right behind you, there's an interested party form. Please fill that out and then just leave it there on the table there. Okay, thank you. Next, we have Kimberly White. I know I'm going to mispronounce your name. I apologize in advance. Kimberly Weiskill?
Yes.
You there?
Good afternoon.
Okay. Yeah. Please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Good afternoon, committee members. I'm Kimberly Weiskill at 16 Oakley Court, and I'm here today to object to the approval of a proposed land severance application for these townhouses. When I purchased my home a few years ago, there was no townhouses in that area, and I'm worried about the impact, the decrease for the tranquility of the neighborhood and the significant impact on the property values. There was no mention of this type of dwelling being proposed in the neighborhood when I purchased my property. And if this decision is allowed to move forward, there will be an influx of other properties being replaced by townhouses, negatively affecting the neighborhood. Our established mature neighborhood has always been a low-density, large lot residential enclave of single detached dwellings. There are no street townhouses in our neighborhood, and it should remain that way. Imagine my disappointment in receiving this notice in my mail. Not only would the essence of our neighborhood be changed forever, but it would also increase traffic significantly in this neighborhood, and it can't take any more additional vehicular traffic. Was there any consideration given to the issue of stormwater drainage flowing from these properties? There have already been significant neighborhood issues with flooding, and this will only make drainage issues worse. The development of mid-block street and central neighborhood location of this proposal makes these townhouses really intrusive and unsuitable, as this neighborhood is normally, as townhouses are normally erected in other institutional or commercial areas. There's already proposed townhouses designated for Wilson Street and Ancaster that is more suitable to this type of intensification. This development will affect the day-to-day lives of all the residents in the area, as there are no sidewalks on this narrow street and there is no street lighting. Parking is already a significant challenge, with people exiting their driveway and having nowhere to park. with the ditches drop at the edge of the line of the road pavement, and this makes for significant hazards for people parking on the road. Also would like you to consider the tree protection to have a tree protection plan by an arborist prior to consideration of this proposal, as there's significant trees that will be impacted by this development. I suggest you take the concerns of myself and all the neighbors into consideration. We don't want this changed in our neighborhood. An approval of this by your committee today will open up to more of this type of development, further degrading the benefits that we enjoy in our beautiful neighborhood today. This proposal is not suitable and is incompatible with the characteristic and nature of our mature and stable neighborhood. Respectfully, I ask that you deny this proposal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Was there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Yeah, please step forward to the podium, provide your name, address, and you'll have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Guy Paparella. I live at 300 Powell Road in Brantford, and my son, Philip Paparella, and his family live next door, 22 Oakley, and he has asked that I represent some of the comments from a planning standpoint. My background is I'm a retired professional planner. I have more than 37 years experience, including being the former director of planning and development for this great city. It's important to note that there's also a petition which we've collected and we put before you for the record. There's over 80 households that support our position to deny this application. Mr. Chairman, this is not good planning. Contrary to what staff's opinion is, this is not similar to or compatible with the built form uses and established development pattern in this area. There are no street townhouses in this neighborhood anywhere on Oakley, Floresta, or Cumming Drive or Cumming Court. All homes on these streets are single detached dwellings. I also disagree with staff's opinion that the proposed lots are consistent with the existing lot fabric. All lots in this immediate area of the proposal are 23 meters wide. There are no lots that are 6.8 meters or 8.02 meters in frontage. This proposal will not maintain or enhance the existing streetscape in any way. The streetscape will be forever altered, and this is inappropriate location for townhouses in the mid-block location, as already been mentioned. This proposal does not reflect the scale and character of the established development pattern in this area. We've already had experiences with this. The proposed lot frontages and lot areas are almost 3 times smaller. The proposed lot coverages are much higher, and the building setbacks are smaller. So all of this requires proper engineering, and when you look at the policies that have been quoted, this area is not fully serviced by municipal water and wastewater systems. I'm surprised at the comments that Oakley Court, as a rural cross-section with no municipal storm sewers no sidewalks, no ditches, no catch basins, and therefore prone to flooding. When this area was developed, and I was a neophyte planner back in the day, but I remember talking to the engineer and he indicated infiltration was the main reason or the main method of stormwater control. Infiltration is diminished greatly if you increase coverage. These building envelopes are much bigger. There's 1.2 meter, 47-inch side yards. There's not enough room for swales. There's not enough room for any kind of drainage systems. And according to council directive, if new lots are created, staff should be recommending denial if, and I quote, it affects space availability on property to address on-site drainage requirements. That will definitely be the case here. So I think we really got to think hard, and this is not suitable. It's going to be hard to put on any on-site or overland flows or creating any kind of grading and stormwater discharge from these lots. This is a rural cross-section with rural ditches at the road. The road widths are substandard. This is not an urban setting where townhouses would be more appropriately located. I just have another minute here of reduction in the urban tree canopy. This area, there are at least 8 mature trees that are greater than 50 years old adjoining this property on the property line or within the subject property itself, including one that may be on the city road allowance once the road widening is taken for this proposal. These heritage trees provide an almost continuous canopy on and around the subject property. Even though the city and the community acknowledge that the trees are important for overall health and well-being and improvement of quality of life, my granddaughter Lily said, where are the cardinals going to go live if the trees are gone? So we've got to be very careful about what we're doing to the quality of life in this neighborhood. You know the benefits. They provide shade, energy conservation, improve mental health, wildlife habitat, and homeowner privacy. These areas are not, these building envelopes will not be able to sustain removing of or injuring of the existing mature trees. This is in direct contravention of our city policies. We want more tree canopy. We don't want to destroy it. The construction process alone, it's been mentioned before, will cause shock to the root systems. These are huge canopies. These root systems will be crushed because of the construction process. Those trees will die. And we've had that experience on 2 other developments, 56 and 116 Cumming Court. The trees died within a couple of years after construction of new homes in those areas. We have 8 trees here that will suffer the same fate, and we can't allow that. Under the Ancaster tree bylaw, multiple owner authorization forms are required to be filled out. There's at least 4 or 5 trees that have multiple owners. I can tell you right now from the people my son has spoken to, there's none of these homeowners are willing to provide such authorization to the applicant, none. So these need to be executed forms. If you do choose to go ahead with this, it's extremely important that you include in the development agreement or in the tree protection plan sufficient securities for a period of 2 to 3 years so that if those trees die, the adjoining landowners are not going to be responsible or should not be responsible for what the applicant has asserted. The old adage, he who asserts must pay, is important in this case because those trees, once they're gone, these are heritage trees, over 50 years old, some of them much older. This cannot be. We cannot have this kind of situation changing the quality of life for this whole neighborhood. And in conclusion, we strongly object to this proposal being approved. We think it should be denied, and it's not a situation where we feel conditions or any other aspect will make that any different. This is inappropriate in this location, and we feel that this should be denied. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and again, please, if you could fill out one of the interested party forms just behind you there, and then just leave it there on the table. Apologies, I had Mr. Paparella as an interested party, and I believe Philip Paparella as well was going to come up and speak. Is that correct? Yeah, please come up, provide your name, address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Phil Paparella. I live at 22 Oakley Court. Good afternoon. Thank you to the Committee of Adjustment for having me here today. My name is Phil Paparella. Like I said, I live at 22 Oakley Court in Ancaster. We've lived at the property for over 30 years. Our family, like many others in the neighborhood, moved to the area because of the large single-dwelling lots with mature trees and large backyards. My family and I love our neighborhood due to its proximity to schools, stores, parks, green space, among other things. However, I feel strongly that the street townhouse development in our neighborhood will create an unsafe roadway environment, further reduce the urban canopy cover of our neighborhood, and reduce property values. Based on these reasons, I must strenuously object to the approval of the proposed land severance application for the 3 street townhouse dwellings on the subject property at 28 Oakley Court. Firstly, the development of street townhouses in our neighborhood will guarantee the requirement for increased daily nightly street parking. The proposed design of the new street townhouses will only accommodate 1 to 2 cars per unit, which will guarantee that street parking is a requirement for new residents and visitors of the townhouses. The rest of the single-dwelling homes in Oakley Court and the surrounding neighborhood currently have parking spaces for a minimum of 3 cars, while most have the space for 4 to 6 cars. So a significant difference there. Therefore, street parking is not currently required in our neighborhood. This is an important factor because our neighborhood roads were not designed to accommodate street parking, as we have narrow paved roads, stormwater ditches, and no curbs, gutters, sidewalks, or parking lanes. Increased street parking from a townhouse development will constrict traffic flow and create less visibility for residents, pedestrians, cyclists, and motorists. This will create unsafe road conditions in our neighborhood and goes against the Safe Roads theme of the Hamilton Strategic Road Safety Program and Vision Zero Action Plan. This development or any other similar development should not be permitted in our neighborhood. Our neighborhood is already used as a throughway for motorists to avoid the traffic lights on Fiddler's Green and Wilson Street. Motorists will cut through our neighborhood to avoid traffic lights and travel much faster than the posted speed limit of 40 an hour. And there's no traffic calming measures to slow them down. With regular street parking in our neighborhood, this problematic situation will only be exacerbated and put residents in jeopardy. A comprehensive traffic safety assessment should be completed and implemented to ensure that our community is safe. Traffic calming measures such as speed bumps should be put in place, and the roadway should be modified to include wider roads, sidewalks, and better street lighting at night. Our street has few street lights and it's very dark at night, which also should be considered. In addition, increased street parking on our roads will create unsafe conditions for wider vehicles that will have trouble accessing our streets. Emergency vehicles, ambulances, fire trucks, school buses, maintenance vehicles, snowplows, and garbage trucks will not be able to get through our neighborhood safely. This particular location of the proposed development is at an intersection of Oakley Court and Floresta, which is also problematic. Increased vehicular traffic and street parking at this intersection will reduce visibility and create more congestion, which will surely lead to traffic accidents and collisions. If approved, this street townhouse development will set a precedent for our large lot neighborhood, and other multi-dwelling developments will follow rapidly. However, we need to ensure due diligence with regards to roadway safety through traffic safety assessments and improvements before we can welcome this type of development without jeopardizing our residents. I have 3 young children, and there are many other young families in the neighborhood that would greatly appreciate if this matter can be thoroughly assessed before the application is permitted and should just be denied. Furthermore, the proposed development of the 3 street townhouses at 20 Oakley Court will undoubtedly kill the 3 mature heritage trees that we have on our property. We have 2 sugar maples that are roughly 70 feet tall in our rear yard and 1 red maple that is roughly 50 feet in our front yard. They will not survive the excavation. According to the City of Hamilton's urban forest strategy, trees increase property values, benefiting developers and homeowners. These 3 trees represent more than 50% of the mature heritage trees that are on my property. Should this application be approved, I feel that we should be compensated adequately for the reduction of our property value through the loss of these trees. Additionally, there are 7 more mature trees on the subject property that will need to be removed for the development of the street townhouses. One is a 70-foot basswood, which is very close to the right-of-way and should be considered and protected as a public tree. There's another mature heritage maple situated on 34 Oakley Court that will not likely survive construction. Overall, our neighborhood stands to lose more than a dozen mature heritage trees through development of these street townhouses. This will reduce the urban tree canopy of our area and goes directly against the Hamilton urban forest strategy goal to increase tree canopy cover to 30% by 2041. A tree protection plan supported by an expert arborist report will need to be completed and considered for this application. New builds and construction in other parts of our neighborhood have already caused the removal of several other mature trees. And this is a theme that cannot continue. In conclusion, I strongly object to this proposal based on the aforementioned reasons in the letter. I understand that higher density housing developments are a goal for the City of Hamilton and the province of Ontario, but they need to be planned where it makes sense, and it doesn't make sense here. Our recent petition against the severance at 28 Oakley Court had over 80 signatures from our neighborhood. We have a small neighborhood. That's a lot of people. And over 100%, and 100% of the residents that we presented with the petition signed, 100%. There was not one person that we talked to. My wife and kids went around and got petitions signed. Not one person said that they supported this development. So that's a clear mandate from our community that we are against the proposed development at 28 Oakley Court. As such, this proposal should be denied. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And please fill out one of the interested party forms there and leave it on the table there. Thank you. Is there any other members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay. Let's see. Okay, there isn't. Just and to the residents, thank you for your. Oh, actually, just wait. I'll ask the. Is the agent or applicant here?
I'm here, Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
Michael
Provide
Sabelli.
your name and address, and you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm home allotted the same amount of time as the previous speakers. My name is Mike Sabelli. I live at 343 Delancey Boulevard. I'm here with the owner, Mr. Skiba, and I'd like to address some of the concerns. First of all, and upmost, this use is permitted within the zone. I'd like to make that crystal clear. This use among triplex and fourplex units is allowed. In other words, the owner, if wanted to, he could go to the building department tomorrow and get a building permit to permit this. The reason for this severance is to create 3 individual high-end, conducive to Ancaster townhomes. Furthermore, a similar development which required a rezoning was at 15 Church Street, which is in the area. It is very similar to this. In fact, 2 blocks of 3 townhomes were approved, and these required rezonings. Now, further, the comment that this is staff's opinion, staff are basing their comments on policies. They are crystal clear that this development is allowed. There are no variances. They meet all the zoning requirements for street townhouses. Furthermore, a lot of the conditions will address the concerns of the residents vis-a-vis a stormwater management study, a tree preservation plan, a tree protection plan, a landscaping plan, servicing plan, grading and drainage plan, among others, to address any possible flooding. Furthermore, comments were made that this is a rural cross-section. On that note, development engineering has made the comment or requirement that the owner pay urbanization costs for the future urbanization of Oakley Court. So, Mr. Chairman, this will be urbanized in the future with curbs, gutters, sidewalks, and storm sewers. This development meets all the planning policies and rezoning criteria, including the lot fabric, which is clearly stated in staff's comments. Furthermore, in terms of the lot fabric, if you go onto Google Earth, you will see two monster homes that were recently constructed in this area. These will be high-end street townhomes. Again, these trees, comments were made about the trees. I'm sure forestry will ensure that no trees are damaged, and if necessary, the owner will provide securities for the future health of these trees. The owner is willing to work with staff to accommodate the street townhouses. I could go further, but I would just be repeating staff's comments. And like I stated, Mr. Chairman, and to the committee, there are no variances. We meet all the front, rear, and side yard requirements required in this R-lot low-density residential zone. I worked with the owner tirelessly to ensure that we met those criteria. 1.2 meters is sufficient to provide a swale to the front. In terms of parking, there is a garage and a parking spot. So this should be taken care of. Again, this is going to be a high-end development. I don't know if Mr. Skiba would like to speak on this further. I'd be willing to answer any questions of staff. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just through the chair, and again, I want to thank everyone who came out to speak today. I just want to just to give some comments, and again, any comments provided to the committee, that's fine. In terms of a comment about any kind of construction impacts, as the committee may be aware, the committee's authority is derived from the Planning Act. Any kind of construction-related activity that would more than likely be covered under the Ontario Building Code. So if this severance was approved, and then the applicant could possibly proceed to a building permit, and that would be, and any kind of construction-related issues would most likely be addressed at that stage. Again, I'll also, in terms of any notion of a precedent setting of an application, there has been tribunal rulings related to this, stating that these Committee of Adjustment applications are not precedent setting. Each application is assessed individually and on a case-by-case basis. Thank you.
Okay, that was the agent, did the owner of the property wish to speak or not? Okay, I'll take it as, no? Okay.
Oh, there we go. I apologize.
Oh.
Yes, sorry about that. I was trying to pick up the app. Yes, my name's Nathan Skiba. I'm the owner. And yeah, I really don't have too much more to say other than what Mike has already said. Other than, like, I respect the neighborhood. I've been there for a while myself. I actually live around the corner. But these are high-end units, which will have a garage built into them for parking. I do understand, you know, it's difficult for everybody, you know, sometimes with change and stuff like that. But, you know, we're obviously going to we're complying to the zoning ruling. And, you know, I want to respect the landscape and happy to work with the city on, you know, whatever I have to do to comply to all that stuff. So.
Okay, thank you. So, to the committee. These are one of those situations where planning is somewhat set in what the policies are in place. And it's a position where the committee is put into a different position. So the reality, and my only comments are, you know, this could be a slippery slope going down this road. I know the neighborhood, and these are big lots. And we start this, we open the gates for it to happen numerous times. To have 80 names in this survey or in this area, if you, on the map that we have, if you count around, that's quite an area of 80 homes that are upset with what's going on. And I think that has to have some bearing on our decision today as well.
I'll just make a couple comments. One, you've mentioned doesn't conform with the neighborhood. It's clear that when you purchase a home in this area, you're purchasing it because of the way those homes are built, the way that the lots are built. 3 properties, narrow lots, not really what you're going to see in those neighborhoods. The other piece, and it was brought up by some of the members of the public, we're talking about, you know, more density within the area, less area for runoff. These areas probably do not have the sewer system to be able to support the amount of inflow and infiltration that you're essentially going to get from that, especially as things intensify. You know, we talk about large homes creating issues. Multiple homes do the exact same thing, if not worse, because you have more toilets, you have more showers, you have probably less land because you need more driveways. And, you know, with extreme weather being higher and higher, and we see more rainfall, you have over 100 millimeters falling within 2 hours. We see flooding more coming down more often. And I'll say that areas like this are the areas that are more prone to flooding. They are more vulnerable to that. So when we do see those high volumes of rain come, and this happens every couple of years now, it's not like 10 years, 20 years past, it's every 2 years we see this flooding occurring. This area is one of those areas that would be likely to see flooding in basements, flooding on the street, and the water would have nowhere to go. The comparable 15 Church isn't necessarily the same thing. That road is likely a lot more developed. It's a lot closer to Wilson. If you go look at it, it likely has a lot better infrastructure than what this neighborhood has. So it's not a comparable apples to apples. And I'll just leave it at that.
Anyone else? Robert?
I know it was mentioned that there's a garage and a parking spot, but my gut says there's going to be more than 2 vehicles per unit. So parking and traffic is going to be an issue. The stormwater is going to be a challenge, as was mentioned. And the biggest one that is very subjective is the character of the neighborhood. They're all single-story, story and a half ranches, whatever term you want to put on them, or side splits in the neighborhood. These 3 townhouses on this property I don't think it's going to have a good fit, given the neighborhood the way it is. I know Ancaster has always been treated as a different commodity than other areas or residential areas. And Unfortunately, I sometimes cheat coming back from Fortino's to avoid fiddlers and come through this area, and I just don't think it meets the criteria. Although legally, they're there, all the zoning, all the planning, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I get it, I understand it. However, it doesn't make it right, unfortunately.
Anyone else?
I'm going to put forward a motion to deny the severance.
Okay. A motion by Sebastian for denial. Is there a seconder? Robert, all in favor? Opposed? One opposed. Donna? In that case, your motion is carried and application is denied.
Okay. Thank you. Moving on, we have a consent application. B25042, 40 Church Street, Ancaster. And the agent is Urban Solutions Planning and Land Development Consultants, Inc., M. Johnston. The owner is 40 Church Incorporated, J. Veloce. And there is also an associated minor variance application as well, A25133, 40, which is the same address, same agent and owner. I believe we have some interested parties here. First, we had Jane Miller. Oh no, Jane Miller is only going to be listening in. Next, Julie Palmese. Are you there? I don't believe she. Are you there? No. Oh. No, I'm calling. There's people that previously asked to be interested parties. Just bear with me, please. Okay. Thank you. Julie Palmese isn't here. Okay. Next, Jim McLeod. You there? Jim McLeod? WebEx or on council chambers? No? Okay. And then we had, okay. Is there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Okay. Please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I could intervene for a moment. Matt Johnson, Registered Professional Planner with Urban Solutions. In light of the staff recommendation report from engineering, we've had some communication with staff, and there's an agreement with staff to table the application to a future date in order to resolve some of the engineering concerns. So with that, and in efforts to save the delegation process, it may be wise to preemptively table the application before we go through hearing from the area residents and save that for the subsequent committee meeting when this comes back.
Okay. Thank you. Through the chair, I don't know if you want to. Yeah, they're requesting to table the application. Yeah.
Then we can accept their.
Yeah. Okay. Is there a motion?
Put a motion forward to table the application.
Okay, Donna, then Robert. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, the motion's carried, the application is tabled. And maybe you could just, they've come here, and if you have time, if you could just speak with them out in the foyer?
Be happy to.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, the residents there, the application's actually been tabled. It's been deferred, and the applicant has indicated he's willing to talk to you. If you wanted to speak with him outside, you could. Okay, thank you. Next, we have a minor variance application, A25128, 835 Regional Road 97, Flamborough. Applicant is Zoltan Engineering, G. Vandermeulen, and the owner is S. Noble. Is the applicant or agent there? I believe they were going to be requesting to table the application. Is that correct or no?
I'm here. This is Jarrett Vandermeulen, Zoltan Engineering. And after further discussion with the homeowner, we'd like to proceed with presenting this application to committee here today.
Okay. All right. If that's the case, then we'll see if there's any interested parties who want to speak on this application then first. Okay. Is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Whether in council chambers or on WebEx? Okay, seeing none, I will ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Please provide your name, address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Jarrett Vandermeulen from Zoltan Engineering. I'm here today on behalf of Sean Noble, the homeowner of this property. My address is 112 Gainsborough Road, Hamilton. And I'd just like to take a few minutes to give some explanation on this application and what the client is hoping to do with his property. So as you may know, this is a rural area, small rural area in Hamilton called Freelton. And currently on the property is a small single family dwelling. And then there's a second building that's been existing for many, many years. And about 25 years ago, it was allowed to be converted into a medical office. And it's been operating as an eye doctor for the majority of the last 25 years. So now my client Sean has recently purchased the property, and he would like to convert that current medical clinic into a small accessory dwelling unit to help with some income and to provide some reasonable rental in that area. The current medical office building has its own septic system, and the current or the proposed converting to an accessory dwelling unit would produce a similar daily flow as the previous medical office was. So in the comments we had, the staff were recommending this to be denied, and the main reason was due to source water protection and having a second septic on a lot of that size. However, based on this building being existing and the septic serving it also being existing, we believe this variance is minor due to little to no change in the current in the operation of the daily septic flow. If there's any specific questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Okay, thank you. To the committee.
So my understanding is that you're not changing the building itself. You're just switching it to an additional dwelling unit, and you're just getting the variances so it is essentially illegal.
Exactly. Yeah. There's no proposed changes to the size, the footprint, basically the exterior. It's just basically a change of use and interior renovation.
I guess maybe a question might be to planning is the differences between being a commercial business, I guess, and to a household is the septic system requirements different for those type of things? Whereas a commercial, was it an eye doctor you said was in that position before?
Yeah, it was an eye doctor clinic.
Yeah. So, I mean, it would be maybe less hours in there than it would be if it was a household. So I'm just wondering if there is a difference on the planning side because of what it was and what they want to do.
Through the chair, Jennifer Caterino, Area Planning Manager for the West Development Team. Development planning staff doesn't have the expertise to answer your question specifically. We would need help from source water protection to see what the differences are. My assumption would be that the hours of operation of the eye clinic would be much different than a household operating there. Understanding that somebody living there may go to work and come back, but there will be weekends, there will, could be a multiple people living there. There could be a higher demand for the water use. Considering the size of the lot that's being proposed and what's required to accommodate an additional dwelling unit, specifically in Freelton, given the ground what I'm aware of, the ground conditions there for septic systems, we would definitely want source water's input to respond to your question effectively.
Robert?
On the same topic, if you look at the size of the septic bed for the proposed ADU, it's very small. That could have been from a design 30, 40 years, 50 years ago, whenever that house was built. But you look at the size of the tile bed for the new house that was built, and that's taken up a substantial portion of this undersized lot. So I really don't think this is the best scenario for it. And you both came up with the same thing I was thinking of, the hours of operation of an eyeglass doctor or even a small medical firm, whatever, is going to have less, I would think, flow from that versus a residential house. So giving all that, and just looking at the tile beds, I think we should be considering this.
Do you think possible tabling and let them?
I don't know if that's the answer right now, only because the tile bed size is not going to change.
Right.
And the size of the lot is not going to change. I think it's flat out just deny it.
Okay.
Okay. I'll make a motion to deny the application.
Okay. Is that?
Yes, we had your agent speaking, but I thought he was speaking on your behalf. If you wanted to come forward, you could now, okay?
Hi, I'm Sean Noble. I'm the owner of 83597 Regional. I hear your concern with the septic, but this is a recently built office in the 90s, I think, the late 90s. It was built for commercial use, which is more than, a woman and her daughter living in that house. There's a house on the end of my street that's a quarter of the size of my property that has 3 rental units on it and 1 septic bed. I have 2 septic beds, 2 septic tanks. It's more than capable enough to hold a woman and her daughter or my mother, for instance. The building's there. I don't have to do anything.
But what about in the future when a mother and daughter or your mother aren't living there? Is it sufficient enough to hold for a family of, say, 4?
There wouldn't be a family of 4 living there. It's just a 1-bedroom apartment. I'm turning it from an office that sees 40, 50 people a day to 2 people. It's already there, the septic's done, everything's in there. The lot itself is 3 different lots. My property is 3 different lots.
I was going to say that it's a small unit, so we generally know that it shouldn't be overpopulated. And the other thing that the argument that I would make is that at a clinic, you have people coming in and out. I would say that, the doctor's probably washing their hands after every time they speak to somebody, after every time they see someone. I can see like there could be more usage if you have personal use, showers running, you're watering things. But I would say, I would make the argument that it's probably going to be pretty similar, even with the limited hours of operations versus someone living there. Like, these people probably have to wash their hands or use the water pretty much after every time they see someone. So I don't know. I could see it being comparable.
Also, there's a lot of elderly people going to the eye doctor, so they need to use the bathroom a lot more than, my 10-year-old daughter.
Was a hydrogeological report done?
When I
source
purchased the
water?
property 3 years ago, I assumed when I bought the property, the eye doctor was staying there for 10 years. He had a 10-year lease. I didn't realize he was leaving. But it has its own electrical, it has its own plumbing, it was its own building. I don't know what was done.
Yeah, Source Protection is asking for a hydrogeological report just to see if it's sustainable having the two property, or the two dwellings on the property. Just wondering if you had read that part of it.
I didn't read it and I don't really understand it, but I have solar panels along my whole roof. Like I provide electricity to the city, so I don't understand how that would be a problem.
Could have to do with the water, the amount of water that's being used and.
Has to do with the filtration and the soil type and whatever that's around that septic system that,
Right.
Can it handle it and not.
If I could jump in here. I went through those comments. A hydrogeological study has not been done. As I understand, that's a pretty expensive, intensive investigation. My feeling and what I was trying to reach out to Hamilton Water to get further comment on was the septic comparison. Basically, trying to get someone who knows more on septic design to provide comments or recommendations, comparing the existing use to the proposed use. Because I agree with Sean here that a one-bedroom apartment should have similar or less septic flow than a busy clinic. And previously, the eye doctor who was there was 2 practitioners and 2 receptionists, plus all the clients. So that is a pretty significant, the existing was pretty significant load on that septic. And as he mentioned, it's all existing and handling it and functioning it.
But also, this is my primary residence. Like, I live here with just my 10-year-old daughter. I'm a single father. I'm going to empty the septic every year. I'm going to take care of my property. This is my livelihood. This is my life. Like, the reason I bought this property was so I could be a better father and not have to go to work every day. And now I'm paying more than my property's bringing in. And I can no longer afford this property unless I can do something with this building. It can't just sit there and get wrecked. You know what I mean? It's just a building. I'm just asking to put somebody in it, my mother, if need be, or somebody that needs a place to live. I can't see there being a big issue. There's nobody from my neighborhood that's withdrawing. I have a neighbor that would agree with me.
It could be a possibility where, even if we did grant this, that source water has.
Yeah.
Okay, Robert.
So if you go back to the comments that were made, it says the source protection planning cannot support the application at this time because of the size of the lot. Doesn't allow for a primary and an additional dwelling unit. Then they go on to say, the lot size can be reduced if it is demonstrated through a hydrological report that policy C5.1 of the rural official plan can be achieved. The study must show the city's guideline for hydrological studies and technical standards for private services. These guidelines are available from the planning department. So, and one side of me says, yeah, okay, it's close, but it isn't, because the size of your lot, and 2 septic tanks. But they're giving you a way out here, okay? If it goes right by the bylaws, And what Source Water wants, it's no. But they've got a way out here. So what we can do to keep you still working on this is table the application, which technically should be denied based on the size. But if you can prove to them through the hydrological study support, they may be able to be on your side.
Okay, so my understanding here is that this is my property and I can put a business there if I want to, correct? I own the property, it's commercial, and I'm allowed to open a business. So let's say I open a restaurant there and a bar at night. Do you think that would go better? Like, all I'm asking is to be able to support my child. I've spent a lot of money on this property and I just want to be able to do what I want to do with my property. And I'm not asking for much. I'm just asking for a one-bedroom apartment. The building's there. The septic is there, the electricity's there, the plumbing's there, everything's there. I'm not building anything.
We understand that, but the bylaw people.
I get
and
the
planning
bylaws, and listen, I seen you before, and you're saying, yeah, this should be denied, and you passed it because you knew it was right? This is wrong. You guys trying to stop me from being able to make a living for my daughter.
No, that's not our intentions here at all.
No, that's not right.
But that's what it is, right? I'm a single father. I'm trying to do the best I can with my life, and you guys are making it difficult by making all these things. But really, the building's there, man. It's already there. Everything's there.
And if it was an eye doctor that was going to carry on there, then maybe it wouldn't be an issue. I don't know. And if, as you say, if you want to put in another commercial business, none of us are here to say that would be allowed either.
But I don't want to put a business there. I want to put my mother in that house so that she can be there, take care of my kid when I'm at work. She can pay a little bit of rent and make it easier for me. That's all I'm asking for.
Mr. Noble, please, everyone, let's not interrupt each other, so make sure everyone can hear. Okay, let's speak one after the other, possible. Thank you.
I think part of where I was going to go ahead of Robert was, even if we did grant this, Source Water has a lot of power, and they still may hold it up and require this hydrogeological study. And there's no guarantees, but I'd almost guarantee that they're going to ask for that because of it's a change of use, right? I understand it was a commercial business, but now you're asking it to be a residential use, right? And so it's a change of use.
Which shouldn't be a very big deal. I spent $1 million on that property. I paid you guys $7,000 a year for property tax. I don't understand why it's so hard to see that I need to make some of that money back. I'm a single father with one income.
And I don't think any of us here have a problem with you trying to generate some more income off of that property.
But you're saying it's so much different than an eye doctor. It's the same thing, man. The building's there. It's going to be used a lot less than it was before. Either way, even if I don't get the allowance and I have somebody staying there, is that illegal? Is that a problem? Like, really, I'm just asking for you guys to just, approve it because it's the right thing to do.
And I think if I could get a comment from planning, its biggest thing is it's because of its change of use. Right?
So through the chair, again, Jennifer Caterino, Area Planning Manager. A single detached dwelling is permitted on this property as well as a medical clinic. An additional dwelling unit is not permitted. So there's also the added variance to actually permit the additional dwelling unit. So the comment also about potentially there being a restaurant on the property, a restaurant is not permitted. It's only a medical clinic, a single detached dwelling.
To my understanding,
agriculture and a residential care facility. So just wanted to throw that out there. So the uses on this site are limited to those 5 uses.
And these are things, when you purchase a property that, maybe you should research it and find out, what other uses are available at the time or what it's zoned for.
Thank you. Yeah, I should have researched more. I trusted the real estate agent. I trusted the people that were telling me what to do, and I shouldn't have. You're right. That's on me for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we're making them jump through hoops here. Like if we had a medical facility allowed here, like what's the definition of that? You could have various different types of individuals practicing here. Some individuals could be using quite a lot of quite a lot of water, quite a lot of other like things within that area. I feel like it is a little bit of you know, a disadvantage for our applicant here, especially with the situation that they're in.
Thank you, sir.
I think it's not all as cut and dry as that. It is a change of use, so you do need to make sure. And yes, it may be less use of the water in that, but it also needs to be looked at that it will support people there. I don't think we can compare an eye doctor to a dwelling unit. The other thing is that it's only allowed one residential unit on this property. So we're looking also at that, whether you can have the two applications. For me, I would suggest that you table this rather than us possibly denying it and then you can't use it. Your best bet is to probably table it and then look more into what you need to do. That's my suggestion.
I think that's the same thing where I was leading on with the hydrological study. They're table it, get them all the ammunition you can to make it go your way.
So again, you want me to spend another $10,000 on more tests? I don't know what these things cost, but it just seems like you're running through hoops, spending money that I don't have.
Mr. Noble, I just indicated, please, let's not interrupt each other when we're speaking, okay?
I let him
No,
finish.
that's just the expectations of the hearing. We need to be able to hear each other, okay? Thank you.
All I'm saying is there's a way to find out if you can do this or not. As it is right now, it's recommended to be denied. What I'm saying is, rather than us deny it, we'll table it to give you more time and more resources to accomplish what you want on your property. And again, you hit it on the head there, okay, with your real estate agent. I don't like throwing stones here, but there's some of that homework should have been done beforehand. What was the zoning on the property and what was permitted uses? And that's not your fault.
Well, it is. I shouldn't just take people's word for it, but again, it was during COVID. I'm a single father. I was trying to do the best I can. We're not going to get everything right, right?
I mean, we haven't heard from every member on the committee, and you know, Sebastian, like, I just throw this out there because, I mean, if you want to make a motion.
I just think, like, if a dentist was there, they'd be blasting water 24/7 on everyone's mouth. It's a medical clinic, like, do you know what I mean? And then, like, they would be using way more liquid than,
And I guess,
yeah, like, that's all I'm saying. It's like, and that's permitted, but,
well, I
yeah.
guess planning said it could be a hair salon as well, right? Or no, that wasn't it?
Even eye doctors do washes all day. They flush people's eyes out. They use water. Instead of 50 people using it a day, there's 2 people. And again, one of them's at work, one of them's at school most of the time, you know? So just weekends.
Mel?
Yeah, we're going around in circles here, and I think the problem is if we deny it, you're stuck. If we table it, you got a chance. So I'm going to make a motion to table this. You get the information you need, come back to the planning department, and you could go through with flying colors.
Okay, there's a motion on the table, seconded by Donna. All in favor of table? Opposed? One opposed? So the motion is carried, application is tabled.
So what does that mean for me right now? So I got to go figure out how to make these people happy? You guys are going to give me something?
Through the chair, we will be in touch with you after the hearing, with you and your agent about how to proceed. Thank you.
Your agent should be able to help you out as to where the avenue now.
Next. We have a minor variance application. A25142 5 Welch Lane, Hamilton. V. Wong. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Please provide your name, address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. V. Wong, are you there? WebEx or here in council chambers? Okay. Through the chair, it appears the owner is not here. I would leave it to the committee if you wanted to still proceed to hear the application or not. Oh, sorry. Through the chair, I think they might be here, maybe on WebEx. V. Wong, are you there? Is it Victor? Victor, did you want to speak? He's on the WebEx portal there.
I think.
Yeah, he may be having some technical issues. I don't know if the committee.
With what he's asking for here, and there's no neighbors complaining, and development planning is in favor of it. It's a deck, so.
I'll make a motion to approve it with the notes included.
Okay, so moved by Robert, seconded by Donna. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none? Motion carried. Application approved.
Thank you. And through the chair, we will be in touch with the owner too, just in case they didn't know what happened here today. Just let them know. Okay. Moving on. We have a minor variance application, A25120, 52 Pernell Drive, Hamilton. Agent is J. Bognar, and the owner is L. Lauricella and S. Lauricella. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I will ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Please provide your name, address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Jenny Bachner here, 193 East 43rd Street in Hamilton. I have a small presentation, but it's hard copy. Be okay if I hand that out?
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Sorry, Ms. Brown, I think I indicated to you the presentation has to be provided a day before the hearing. Okay.
Just virtually. Sorry.
Okay, no, because it was a PowerPoint, right? Okay, you can hand it out, but please, everyone, please follow our policies regarding that, okay? Can you give me a copy as well, maybe after the hearing?
Yes.
Please, no, thanks.
Oh. Yes, I got it. I gave him. Oh.
Sorry.
Okay, yeah, please provide me one after the hearing. Thank you.
All right. We are requesting 4 variances to facilitate the construction of 2 additions to the existing single-family dwelling. The homeowner requires more living space for their growing kids. They're outgrowing the 3 small bedrooms they currently have and would like to ensure all living spaces remain on the main level so they can stay in this house as they age and be close to their kids and the living space while they're small. They're also looking for direct access, from the new garage right into their home. The garage addition, along with the covered front porch, gives them a safe and secure access point to their home that will make it easier for their family to get from their car to house without having to travel through the elements. Variance number 1, minimum setback of 0.3 meters instead of the required 1.2 meters to the side lot line. We have reviewed the comments and concerns from planning staff and development engineering staff, and while we appreciate their concerns, we do not agree with everything that has been stated. Development engineering has stated that they cannot support this variance as they feel the 0.3 meters is not a sufficient enough width to provide a proper swale. However, staff stated that if the neighboring property owner agreed to the shared swale and signed the site plan, then they could be in support of this setback. We've obtained the signature from the neighbor and will forward the finalized site plan to development engineering after this meeting. We have also designed the roof so that all roof runoff is directed towards the front and rear yards, with a downspout provided at the front. The swale will help bring any water at the rear to the front of the yard. Planning staff is also not in support of this variance. However, we feel the setback is justified for a number of reasons. The neighboring property owner has also signed a letter of support for this garage addition, as you can see here on the right, and is more than willing to have their property accessed when needed to ensure everything is built and graded appropriately. Currently, this area is fully hardscaped, and there are absolutely no drainage issues for the neighbor. We feel this addition will not negatively impact them, as there are no windows being proposed on the side of the garage, nor are there any allowed by code. There are also not any windows on the neighboring house, as can be seen in the picture below. We are also providing a rear garage door to maintain wide and easy access to the rear yard for various purposes, such as maintenance. There is no intention of driving a vehicle through to the rear yard. Being a corner lot, there's also plenty of access to the rear yard off the street side. During the design process, we looked at the option of moving the garage forward to fit within the required front and side yard setbacks, as can be seen in the drawing attached. It shows the garage meeting the required front and side yard setbacks. As you can see, it protrudes so far forward that it would severely impede the views for both homeowners. Both neighbors did not like this option, and we felt that the garage at the side was less negatively impactful option. We chose to pursue the variances for both additions in an attempt to be mindful and respectful of the neighbors. We also feel this attached garage fits in well with the neighborhood. There are a wide arrangement of homes in the area, 1-story, 2-story side splits, and townhomes. Many of them have attached garages, especially the very new survey right across the road. These homes have large double garage doors that overpower the rest of the house. We feel this garage addition will not only makes the house fit in well with the rest of the area, but also modernizes this home and gives it more of a substantial feel on this large corner lot, while ensuring it looks secondary and set back from the front of the dwelling, so it is not the focus. We also noticed that there is one house in particular, about 4 houses down, 32 Pernell, that also has a very reduced side yard setback because of an attached garage. Our proposal does not feel out of character for the neighborhood, as this dwelling, and I'm sure many others, already have similar situations to ours. Variance number 3, the eave and gutters shall be permitted to encroach the entire width of the interior side yard. Staff notes that the overhang encroaches the entire setback width. However, the overhang is only 6 inches from the sidewall of the garage, giving a setback of 0.18 meters from the lot line. We feel this is very minor in nature, as the overhang is just following the slope of the roof, and there is no roof return that goes across the structure horizontally. Therefore, the roof overhang starts at soffit height and rises from there to a 14-foot 8-inch peak. We feel there is very little impact on the neighboring property, and we will have absolutely no negative impacts on the drainage along the lot line. Variance number 4, the width of the parking space to be contained within the proposed garage shall be increased by 0.3 meters. While you read the rest, we respectfully disagree with staff and feel that this variance request is minor in nature. The required parking size is 2.8 meters wide, plus 0.3 meters for each side that abuts a wall. We have provided interior parking space 3.15 meters wide and 5.82 meters deep. This is a reduction by only 9 inches in width. The homeowners feel that they have plenty of space to work with in the 3.15 meters, as they have a fairly small vehicle and prefer even a tight indoor space as to no enclosed space at all. Variance number 2, minimum setback of 2.4 meters shall be permitted from the flankage lot line instead of the minimum required setback of 3 meters from a flankage lot line. We're happy with staff's comments in support of this variance. We feel that this variance does not negatively impact the lot or streetscape, and if anything, adds interest to the corner and makes for a great home that can accommodate this family for many years to come. We appreciate your time and consideration, and happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Committee? Mel?
Yeah, I visited the site, and I looked at some of the other sites down the road that they mentioned there, that on the street, that had very similar. So I don't know if staff would notice that or not, but if you can comment on that, whether it's compatible with the ones that are down the street.
Through the chair, staff did drive around the neighborhood and did look at the various options and housing styles and built form in the area. Considering this is on a corner lot and that side of the street, it was our opinion that the proposed setback of 0.3 is not in character with some of the older homes that are there. Some of the, when you compare it to the newer homes, the lot fabric is definitely different and the construction is different, but on this side of the street, there is still, adequate space between the houses. There's still some separation. So it was our opinion that that particular variance, considering that a swale is required on the neighbor's property, there's no easement to secure that. Based on what the agent said, they've acquired a signature from the current neighbor. What happens if the lot's sold tomorrow? And then the future, there's nothing securing it. So there is a bit of a concern from that angle. So from me and from planning, the variance in that particular part of this proposed development is too much. We are supportive of, the house expanding and, sympathetic to a family wanting to grow and stay in the house and all those reasons. We are cognizant also there is already a rather large accessory structure on the property to accommodate, I'm assuming, cars. There's, 2 driveways there already. So we're happy to work with the applicant to see if there's another solution here somehow. But the variances are, in my opinion, not compatible with some of the established homes in the area.
Anyone else?
So based on the comments from staff, would you be amicable to table this? I know. And work with them to try to resolve that?
If that's the way everybody's leaning, then
Well,
yeah.
They came back deny it, right? So this gives the opportunity to throw it up, see what sticks on the wall type of thing with them. Okay? So I'll make a motion to table the application so the applicant can get with staff and try to make it easier.
Okay, that's motion, seconded by,
I'll second it, but I want to comment that I don't want to see this denied, so I think a table and get things straightened out would be the best way to go right now.
okay, seconded by Mel. All in favor of table? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application tabled.
Thank you.
Did you want a copy of this?
Oh, yeah, thank you. And again, yeah, and to the applicant or agent, we will be in touch with you after the hearing, just to let you know how to proceed. Okay, moving on, we have a minor variance application, A25143, 1411 Center Road, Flamborough. Owner is C. Garcia and M. Garcia. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I will ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Hi, my husband Chris was here, probably saw us in the row there, but he had to go pick up our little guy at daycare, or else we are fined by the minute. So he had to leave. So I'll be speaking on both of our behalfs. We live at 1411 Center Road in Carlisle. First and foremost, thank you guys for first reviewing our application and having us here today. I did look through the comments that you guys had made on our variance request. So I'll paint a quick picture of what we're looking at here and then address the 2 concerns that there were. So we purchased our house in February 2024 is when we closed. My husband dreamed of having a large garage and he got that. Soon we discovered after we did need to do quite a bit of renovations to it. But what we did want to get permission to do is add a second level to it that has an additional dwelling unit in it. We plan on doing some major renovations to our home down the road. So we will need a place to live with our family during that time. Having a little baby attracts a lot of family from out of province to come visit. So we have a small home, a decent sized home, but 3 bedrooms. So Aunt Nancy sleeps on the couch when she visits, and I'd love to have a spot for her to stay while she's here for a week at a time. And Chris and I both have aging parents that, you know, have done a lot for us over our life, and we'd love to be able to take care of them at some point during their transition as they decide what they want to do, you know, long-term with their life. So in the comments that you guys had made, there were 2 concerns. So the first one was for source protection, specifically with regards to the septic system. Our house was built in 1900. Our septic system is not 125 years old, but it's old. And we knew when we bought our house that we would have to replace it. It's not up to today's standards. Now, we did have ESSE Canada do our septic inspection when we purchased our house. So that was done February 2nd, 2024. They said we have about 5 years left in our septic system if we're nice to it, but we did talk to them about designing something and talked to them about our dreams for our house in the garage, and they had suggested it being moved to the backyard. There would be enough room with where the well is and everything so that it was, you know, done by code to today's standard. So we knew that that would have to be done. So if, you know, we did get approval to move forward, we would just go ahead and do the whole septic project at this time because we would only really have a couple of years left with it anyways. And their suggestion was to do a large one to tie in both, but there is always the option to do separate if that's what gets approved. So, you know, I know we don't have those plans in front of you today, but if that is needed, we can always present that to move forward. But we do know we need to have a different septic solution in order to accommodate a dwelling unit above the garage. And then the second thing was development planning. Specifically with regards to the height and appearance of the unit. I'm sure you guys are looking at the pictures. I provided some, but you can also see from street view. Our house is old and we bought it for that reason. We love it. We love the look of it, and whoever owned it before us has done a really great job over the years updating it to keep the appearance of it looking like a house from 1900. We want to preserve that and keep that, and since my husband's not here, I can say I hate the way the garage looks anyways, and I think it doesn't suit the house. You know, we do have to do major renovations to it, and it is our goal to always preserve the look of it. I know it's not a heritage home, but it is part of your inventory of old homes in the area. And then the other factor was the height. So I know that our house is just above 8 meters. We proposed the height of 8 meters for the garage so that we could put a second story in there. It is, I know that you don't want the second unit to be larger than the primary building on the property. It wouldn't be, it would be just slightly less. And I would argue that ours is a very unique situation. We're down a laneway. The garage is located at the very back, away from all neighbors. It's not really beside anyone's house. It's not an eyesore to anyone by any means. If anything, I look out at it every single day from my back windows in my living room, and it's not beside the house. So, you know, I walk down Progreston, which is a street near us, and there is an ADU there. I believe it's an ADU, but it's a 2-level garage, and it is an eyesore. It looks like a garage. It's right beside the house, side by side. It doesn't look nice. Ours is at the back of the property, away from any neighbors, and you wouldn't really be able to compare house and garage side by side. So for us, we'd argue that, you know, even if it was the exact same house size as the house, it's really hard to step back and get a look at the two together. You wouldn't really see it as if you were, you know, driving down the road and there's garage and house side by side. So for those reasons, you know, obviously we don't agree with the recommendation to deny, and that is our reasoning behind it. If, you know, plans or anything are provided to persuade anyone in their decision-making, we can obviously provide that. But that is our case to present to you today.
Okay, thank you. We fall back into this size of the lot problem again.
That was going to be my question.
Sure.
Have you looked into getting a hydrogeological report as suggested?
So I'm very big on transparency. I had no idea what that was, and I have done my research on it. By all means, yes, we can. I thought with the way it was worded that the issue is more with the septic being like enough for both units. Yeah, so we would be, we know we need to have a new septic, and the septic would be designed to, accommodate both, not just the house.
I think as presented today, there's still some work for you to do and some conversations to be had with the city. With the hydrogeological report, that being one of them, if you need to replace your septic, because that's going to be part of that reporting as well, that will all go into it. And then they may ask you to reduce the size of the garage, like 8. If it's 8 and 8, like that might be a little bit too much, right? So,
And sorry, that source planning, that's part of what they would suggest too?
well, development planning is the size of the garage, source planning, protection planning is the hydrogeological report. I think we should probably table this so you could have those conversations, figure out what you need to do, and then submit whatever paperwork you need to submit. I think it's a little too early for us to make a decision, and that's why you're seeing denial on the paperwork. Okay. So I'll pause there and just see if there's any other questions or, yeah, we're good? Okay. So I'll make a motion to table the application.
Okay, motion made, seconded by Donna. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application tabled. And you may, you may find out you can have a combination of the septic system, with the ADU and with your house. Like if you're going to update the septic system,
yeah,
you may find out that you can utilize that one system for both.
Yeah, that's what the septic company had recommended we do. It's one of those like chicken egg situations, right? Because obviously the project we are asking to do is quite expensive, and that's fine. But my husband and I work really hard, as does everybody else here.
Yeah.
So it's I kind of had to do something first in order to know, what we need to do, because I can't hand out 10 grand to then be told, well, no, there's no ADUs allowed in Carlisle.
And
so
by
no, you can't do
tabling this,
that.
it just keeps your file
Yeah.
open.
That's great. Okay. Appreciate it. And thank you for giving everyone their time today. And have a good night.
Thank you, and staff will be in touch with you after the hearing on how to proceed. Okay, thank you. Okay, next we have a minor variance application. A25061-422 Mountsburg Road, Flamborough. Applicant is AJM Designs Incorporated, J. McNamee, and the owner is Warren F. Williamson.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Do provide your name, address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, sorry about that. Hi, my name is Jarrett McNamee. I'm from AJM Designs, located at 5171 Reeves Road in Burlington. I'm representing Ron and Faith Williamson at 422 Mountsburg Road with this retabling of the application. We've met with planning at site and gone through some reductions to the application, reducing the overall size of the garage and as well as driveway width and et cetera, to have planning support us through the 5 variances. We have read their comments. We're in agreement with their conditions. In fact, we've already started mobilizing with 2 of the conditions this week for the tree protection plan and landscape plan. We've also read the acknowledgement of archaeology and totally understand that aspect as well. So we're willing to support that if something comes along through construction, that we would at that point mobilize for an archaeology assessment as well. I'm trying to keep things streamlined after a long day. If there's any questions, I'd be willing to hear what council has to say.
Okay, thank you. Committee, any questions?
Is staff okay with everything now?
Through the chair to the committee member, Natural Hazard staff and myself, we did a site visit back during spring. We did discuss alterations that have been made, such as they reduced it to a 3-bay garage. There was also some other reductions, like to the width of the driveway. We're okay with it now, yes.
In that case, I'll make a motion to approve this site with the conditions that were changed, with staff are happy with.
Okay, made by Mel, seconded by Robert, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have a minor variance application. A25140-122 Skinner Road, Flamborough. Applicant is A. Siddiqui. The owner is V. Condovetti and A. Condovetti. I do want to bring to the committee's attention that the sign that is to be posted on the property was posted on August 8th. And in this instance, they're supposed to have posted this at least 10 days prior to the hearing in accordance with the Planning Act. But I'll leave that to the committee. If they had any questions or comments on that. Okay, is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I will ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Do provide your name, address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much, committee. I'm talking on behalf of Arsha Siddiqui from C Architect. This is a minor variance application for the subject property 122 Skinner Road, Flamborough. My client want to make a second dwelling apartment in a semi-detached house, and we are looking for a minor variance for the parking space.
Okay. Favorable comments from Development Planning. Committee have any questions? Motion?
Motion to approve with, there's no conditions.
Made by Robert, seconded by Sebastian. Donna? I was just trying to get you. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have a minor variance application A25146-110 Concession 11 East, Flamborough. Applicant is G. Carothers, and the owner is J. Provius. I believe we have an interested party. Ken King, are you there? Okay. Did you want to come up and speak? No, you don't have to. Yeah, okay. All right, I think that's fine. Okay, is there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent to please step forward.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Do provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Yes, this is John Provius. I'm the owner of 110 Concession 11 East, my home. And this is a minor variance application to construct a freestanding garage beside the house, which currently has no garage. Sorry, just checking that you're hearing me okay?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so the variance itself is in relationship to the size of the garage, which is approximately 66 square meters, greater than 45, and the height, which would be approximately 6.8 meters, which requires a variance as well. This is to allow the garage to be a reasonable size in proportion to the house, which is has a vertical presence and is more or less the vertical impact of a 3-story house. And the garage would be freestanding beside the house, adjacent to the asphalt parking area. On the site plan, it shows a setback from the P8 boundary of less than 7 meters, but this will be moved to be greater than the 7.5 meters required. And going through the various comments and notes, I know the other main point, as I understand, raised is that heritage planning is looking for a site visit to look at some aspects in relationship to that. And the point has come up to table things pending that, which if that's the desire, then we're okay with to pursue that and get that additional information clarified. And if there are any comments from the heritage planning or anyone else, I'm happy to answer anything at this point.
Well, we don't, Heritage Committee isn't here to comment on it, so.
No, if
And
there's,
staff's recommending tabling the application to provide time for a site visit to determine compliance.
yeah, so I'll put a motion forward to table the application.
Okay.
If that, yeah. If
Did
he's
you have
okay with it,
questions?
and-
Is it okay?
Yeah, sure. Just provide your name and address. So, sir, just let me turn on the microphone first. Yeah, your name and address.
Ken King, I live at 118 right beside this house. My only question is, how close is it going to be to the property line? Because when I built my place, it had to be like a certain distance from the property line. You know what I mean? I haven't seen, there's no picture of anything about where this building is going to be or anything like that.
6.4 meters away from your property line.
18 feet?
And that, excuse me, that will be adjusted to be greater than 7.5 meters.
Away from the property line? That sounds fine to me. I don't understand how Heritage fits into this. It's only a 25-year-old house.
Well, yes, I mean,
And how does
I believe the heritage aspect is in relationship to conservation, waterways, et cetera.
How does archaeology fit into this? This house is built on solid rock. What are they going to dig up? Anyways, that's all I got to say.
Okay.
I know there's a motion on the floor, and I don't want to detract, but I just have a comment just to say, you know, like with the variances they're asking for, when you compare it to the size of the home, like it does seem like a reasonable ask. I'll leave it at that because I do know there's a motion, but.
Okay. Donna, you made the motion, right?
Right, just kind of on the recommendation and what the applicant has said that he was
Okay.
to table it to.
Okay. Is there a seconder for that motion? Robert, all in favor of table? Opposed? Seeing none? And motion carried.
And I don't
Application
know
tabled.
if the resident, did we need them to fill out an interested party form? I don't know if they wanted to do that. You could fill out a form if you wanted to, just to be notified about anything, any future updates relating to the application. Okay. And again, as I made this comment, through the chair, if anyone prior to the hearing has any questions about any applications, they're more than happy. Please call or email us, or even come in here to the 5th floor at Hamilton City Hall, and we'd be happy to answer them. Okay. Yeah, after you fill out the form, just leave it there on that table. Thanks. Moving on. We have a minor variance application, A25082, 1849 Fiddler's Green Road, Ancaster. Agent is C. Hollingshead, and the owners are J. Morris, K. Morris, L. Morris, and D. Vivian. The 14th. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay. Seeing none, I will ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Please provide your name, address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm John Morris. I am the owner of the property.
Christian Hollingshead, agent 34 Mount Royal Avenue, Hamilton.
Okay. Thank you for being so patient. Obviously, you had a chance to read all the comments that were posted.
Yep.
Do you have any questions at all?
No, just
The
thanks-
conditions
thanks-
or
Thanks to staff for coming out and seeing the site with us. It helped.
Okay. Committee have any questions? Robert?
Make a motion to approve the revised variance 1 and approve variance 2 and 3 with the conditions.
Okay, seconder? Donna? All in favor? Opposed, if any? Seeing none. Motion carried, application approved.
Thank you.
You need an award for
Yeah, thanks for getting us on this docket too. I really appreciate it.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And we're just going to move on to chair and staff announcements. My manager of zoning and committee of adjustment, Emily Coe, I think she left. However, I think she was going to let the committee know, and I've already let you know as well. Starting in September with our committee of adjustment hearings, we're going to start having zoning staff and growth management, which is our engineering staff. They will begin to attend C of A hearings as well. Just to let you know that. The other thing, another item I wanted to make the committee wanted the committee to be aware of is we did receive an appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal for a minor variance application. It was A24246, 5 Barnsdale Avenue South. And that was heard at the July 17, in the July.
What was the address?
I believe it was July 17?
20.
Was it? Just check. 5 Barnsdale Avenue South.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was heard and refused at the July 17, 2025 Committee of Adjustment hearing.
Okay.
So the applicant has appealed that decision. We're currently processing that appeal to be forwarded on to the OLT.
If I could make a comment, like you mentioned, we're going to have more staff coming and being involved. I think with the number of applications coming that involved source water, we got to have a more representation from them. Their explanations are really good, but it might carry some weight at a meeting. Because it's kind of, you know.
And it was kind of, I mean, the gentleman was here for one of the applications, the one on Powerline Road, and yet, so I'm not sure, was he requested to be there by the applicant? I'm not sure.
Well, whether the applicant's requesting it or not, I don't know. I think we need to have them here to help us go forward with a decision, either yay or nay.
Just from what through the chair, from what I've observed is sometimes if they need to provide a clarification, they think they need to, then they will attend the hearing. But definitely I'll make a note of that. I can talk to my manager as well. Yeah. Was there any other updates from the committee, from the chair? Okay.
Motion for adjournment. Robert, seconded by Donna.
Next time, Ann, when we have a long meeting like this, can we bring in supper?
Okay. And we're adjourned at 5:30. Thank you.